granted that you are all present and accounted for.
All right, we are back on the record in C-250966, Bell versus Thomas Randolph. Please, the record reflect Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy district attorney on behalf of the state. Do both parties give into the presence of our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad nobody got flooded out and wasn't able to make this today. I was a little concerned about you guys yesterday. All right, we are going to pick up where we left off on Friday. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Toby Maldonado to the stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. You can state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Toby Maldonado, T-O-B-Y, M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
Mr. Henry, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for, well, what did you used to do for a living?
I was a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department,
Okay, how long did you spend with Metro?
29 years.
All right, and when you retired, what position were you within Metro?
Police sergeant.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your background. Where did you work throughout your career over the 29 years?
Most of my career, probably 90% of it, was in the field service division, which is basically uniform. So
Okay.
basically patrol, and then I focused a lot on the training aspect of it. So we trained all the academy recruits in field training to get them ready to go out on patrol.
I want to turn your attention to May 8th of 2008. Were you working on that day?
Yes,
Were you working as a patrol sergeant on that day?
yes,
And were you called out to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe Drive, a 911 coming out approximately at 8:44 and 54 seconds?
yes.
All right. I'd like you to, if you could, explain to the jury, when you arrived as a patrol sergeant, and they've heard that it's a shooting call. When you arrive to a shooting call, what are some of the basic responsibilities when you first get to that scene?
Immediately, we want to try to find any kind of victims or witnesses, and try to determine where the crime occurred, if there's a crime, and then try to, render aid to anybody that may be injured, and or then secure the scene and wait for, depending on the call investigative services or medical or whoever's whatever's necessary at that point.
Okay. And when you arrived at this scene, what were some of the basic details that you had, either coming over the radio or when you immediately arrived there?
We received information that there had been a shooting at the house on Santa Fe Drive, I think, or wherever. But
Rancho Santa Fe?
yes, and that the homeowner that his wife had been shot by a suspect, and that the homeowner had shot the suspect.
So your understanding is there's 3 people inside
Yes.
the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrive, how many people are there initially?
Just one,
Okay.
like outside the house, the victim or the person reporting was there.
And you're talking about civilians, is that correct? When
Yes.
You said just the one. I'm now talking about police officers. So how many officers start to arrive?
When I got there, there were probably 2 or 3 other patrol cars already there.
Okay. At that point, had anyone entered the residence at that point?
No.
All right. Who makes these sort of calls at this point? Is there a chain of command about deciding about when you enter, when not to enter, things like that?
That would be the ranking officer on the scene, and in this case, it would have been me.
All right. So tell us what happens. You arrive on the scene. There's 2 or 3 patrol cars there. What do you do at that point?
As I remember, I didn't speak to the person reporting there. Somebody had gotten some basic information about what happened, and then I put together either a 3 or 4-man team to go in and check on the house and check on the person that had been shot inside.
All right. I'd like to, let's see if I hit this button before we get going. want to, before I throw anything over here, I want to approach this case 1 and 2. Does this look general? I know this is a long time ago, but does this look familiar to you?
It does a little bit, yes.
Okay, and what does it remind you of?
The house where the call occurred.
Okay, so when you arrive, is the garage door open or closed at this point? When you first get there?
As I remember, the garage door was closed.
Okay, I'm publishing 1. So it's closed. So you don't. So you said there were 2 or 3 or 4 of you, right? How do you enter the home?
We basically just form, and it's called like an element, 1, 2, 3, 4. You go into the house and everybody has a responsibility, like who opens the door, who does this, who does that. And then we basically go through the front door and then just start conducting a quick search for any victims.
And this is kind of goes back to what you were saying at first, trying to identify any victims and potentially kind of secure a scene.
Yes.
Okay, so you enter through the front door. What do you remember observing that catches your attention?
As we walk through, I remember one of the officers, Mike Mitchell. He was the first one through, and there was a female on the ground that had been shot. And as soon as we saw her, I asked him. I said, "Is she alive? Is she breathing or anything like that?" And he's like, "No, she's gone."
So when you say him, who is the him that you're
That'd be Officer Mitchell.
Okay, so he gives you an indication that, in his opinion, that she's gone by this point.
Yes.
Okay. Does she appear to be moving at all?
No.
All right. Are you familiar with a term called clearing a house?
Yes.
What is that?
It's, clearing a house is basically where you just go in a systematic manner, room to room to room of the home, and you check it, depending on what you're doing. If it's not a search warrant, you're checking for bodies, or you're looking for victims or possible suspects at that point.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had heard over either radio or through a briefing that the homeowner's wife was shot by the intruder and that he had shot the intruder at that point.
Yes.
After locating this woman, do you take additional steps at that point in time when you're doing that first walkthrough to go find the intruder?
You can, but I made a decision at that point, and this is in the midst, and I remember in that time period of the late, like 2008, 2009, the department had made it, they were making a very good effort to try to avoid any kind of police shootings.
Okay.
So could we have gone in the house and cleared it, maybe encountered the suspect? Probably, but I decided at that point, look, there's nobody else in the house except maybe a suspect, because we didn't know where the suspect was.
Okay.
So I decided, let's just leave the house, secure the house, and call for the SWAT unit to come and clear the house.
Okay. So when you walk in through the front door, you guys find the female wherever she was located, right?
Yes.
And then you make the determination, we're stopping now, and everybody exits.
Correct, yes.
And the entryway was the front door, not the garage.
Yes,
Okay. So you make a decision to bring in SWAT.
yes.
So how does that sort of unfold? Does SWAT go into the house next, or does something different happen?
Well, at that point, you basically, you secure the home from the outside. You have officers on the perimeter, and then you just basically wait for, the SWAT team will always come out with an investigative unit, like a detective or whoever, and then they will put together a plan, and then they'll make a tactical entry into the home.
Okay. So I'm assuming more and more officers are arriving as time
Yes.
is going by, correct? These officers, though, at this point in time are standing outside the perimeter of the home, not going inside.
Yes,
And at this point, is the garage door still closed?
yes.
All right. So what happens with SWAT? Do they actually go inside this residence?
As I remember, SWAT never came out.
Okay. Why not?
It was my lieutenant at the scene. He decided that the house could be cleared with the officers that were already present, that we didn't need to wait for SWAT.
Okay. So they may have been called to the scene, but they ultimately do not, the SWAT team does not go through this residence.
Correct,
So all those feet never make it inside that house.
correct.
Okay? There's been some talk about possibly a canine unit coming out. What do you remember about the canine unit?
I remember the canine unit cleared the garage when the garage door opened. The canine unit went in with probably 2 or 3 other officers.
Okay.
And he announced that, hey, there's a suspect's in the garage and he's deceased.
Okay. And then where else do they go?
If they were going to, I didn't see them at this point. I just, I'm already a couple of houses down, so
Okay.
I knew that they had gone to the garage. And at that point, they probably do a room-to-room clearing of the home.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the canine unit goes into the backyard part of the house?
There may have been more than one canine unit there, because I remember there was a canine unit in the backyard.
Okay. All right. So let's do this. Are you familiar with what's called like a CAD log or an incident recall log?
Yes.
All right. And you've reviewed that in advance of coming here, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm publishing what's been marked as it states 325. So what do we have here in the middle here? What is this?
I can't see that.
Oh, you can't see it. All right.
Maybe
Well,
you
how
can
about
zoom in.
this?
Can we turn the monitor on? Sorry, there'll be a monitor right there.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe that'll be better.
All right, thank you.
Sergeant, is it easier to see on the
Oh,
monitor there?
yes.
Okay. So when we look in the middle here, what is this indicating?
So that's the address of where the incident is occurring.
All right, and this long number here on the left, what is this?
That's the event number that's generated by the computer to keep track of all the calls.
And is that generally the time when the call was received, 2045?
Yes,
Okay, but if a 911 call said it was 2044 and 54 seconds, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
correct. Right.
Okay, 6 seconds difference, right?
Yes.
All right. So if we look here at 8508, what's the time here?
2045.
And can you read that out?
It says PR's wife shot and PR also shot suspect.
What does PR stand for?
The person reporting?
All right. A minute later, there's another entry here. What does this say?
Wife possibly shot in head in hallway. PR shot suspect in the garage, unknown if still there. Mike, unknown last name, BMA.
Okay. 2 minutes later, at 2047, can you please respond or read what it says here? And
Okay, PR's advising the suspect is still in the garage, unknown if he's 419, that means dead.
okay,
Requesting to be transferred to medical for advice for the wife.
all right. A minute later, can you please read this entry here?
Where at exactly?
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
At 2048, if you can read this entry here, it's 3 lines.
Okay, suspect is known to PR, has been scamming him. Suspect is laying in the garage, not moving. PR locked door, so suspect is locked in the garage. PR just took the male's 413 away and is now in the residence with him.
What does 413 stand for?
A gun.
All right. 2049, that's a minute later. What does this entry say?
PR set the phone down. There's an open line with PR saying Sharon and crying.
Okay. A minute later, what is it saying here?
PR advising wife doesn't have a pulse. FD giving CPR instructions.
All right. If you could read at 2052, what does this say here?
3x3, that's the unit call sign.
Okay.
Have homeowner open garage.
All right. And at 2052, what's it saying here?
Male advised to open door. And then it says the LL means that they're landline. That they're using
A landline phone?
Yes.
Okay. At 2053, what is it saying here?
3x7, any other units, stop traffic.
So what does that mean?
Generally, they're blocking off the street to prevent cars from driving in front of the residence.
Okay. I want to look at this entry at 20:57. So this is approximately 12 minutes after this call started. Please read out what it says here.
548, not able to clear residence safety, request SWAT.
Who is 548?
That's me.
Okay, so that was your call sign on that.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Is that essentially what you were saying, that you didn't clear the house at that point and you're requesting SWAT?
Right. We didn't have any information where the suspect was in the house. So we didn't know if he was barricaded, if he was waiting to ambush us. And at that point, knowing that the wife, that the female wasn't alive, there wasn't like a pressing need to clear the house immediately.
Okay. So at the same entry time, it's just the next entry, but it's still at 20:57. Please read out what it says.
Hearing units clearing residents while landline.
And it says 27//. Is that a reference to the dispatcher or?
That's probably the console that she's using, the 27.
Okay. 2 minutes from that at 20:59, what's it say here?
305 has shield if needed.
What does that mean?
305 is the lieutenant. That's Lieutenant Alba, and he did have a ballistic shield in his car.
All right. At 21:01, what's it saying here?
548 have SWAT stand by.
Okay, that's you again, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're giving another instruction for SWAT not to go into this residence.
Or to not, or actually, like they weren't even there, so I was just telling them, look, at that point, Lieutenant Alba had said, look, we can clear the house ourselves. We don't need to have SWAT. So I told the dispatcher, okay, just have SWAT stand by now. Like, don't have them come out yet.
All right. At 21:03, so this is now at 9:03, please read out what it says here.
563 GC need units to control PED traffic. That's the pedestrian traffic.
All right. A minute later, if you could read out this entry.
3X3, one subject confirmed 419 in hallway with 413 by them.
Okay, what does that mean?
3X-ray 3 is the call sign of the unit. One subject is confirmed dead in the hallway with a gun next to them.
All right. Looking at 21:06, please read this entry.
3X need air to check balcony type covering on the west of residence.
All right. And then this last entry down here, what does this say?
3X put spotlight on garage.
What does that instruction signify?
Basically to illuminate, to use the spotlights on the police vehicles to illuminate the garage door.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to the next page of this exhibit, and the entry is 21:12. If you can read this entry here.
K912 can see 4 side and 3 side, but not the 2 side.
Okay, what does that mean? What is K912?
K912 is, K9 is the K9 unit, the
Okay.
units with the dogs, and 12 is his call sign in that unit.
All right. So what does 4 side, 3 side, and 2 side mean?
The SWAT guys are going to kill me. It basically, each side of a home has a number. So like, for example, the front of the home is a 1,
Okay.
the left side's a 2, the backyard's a 3, and it goes clockwise, I believe.
So under this entry, the K9 unit is indicating it can see the 4 side, which would be the back part of the house, right? If the 1 is the front,
Right,
the 4 is the back, it says it can see the 3 side, correct?
yes,
And the 2 side.
yes.
It's not indicating the front side, correct?
Not from this, no.
Okay. What's the next entry say at 21:13?
C13, Larry Burns advised landline will call 548 on cell.
All right, so who's Larry Burns at this time?
Larry Burns was the SWAT commander.
Okay. And he advised on the landline he'll call for 548, so calling you
Yes.
on a cell. At 21:13, what does this entry say?
It says units trying door.
All right. 21:15, 2 minutes later, we have another K912 entry. What does it say here?
A lot of toys in backyard, unknown if juveniles live at the residence.
Okay, it says have.
Have grandkids. They have grandkids, but none live in the residence.
All right. So again, a K9 unit is reporting things being seen in a backyard.
Yes.
All right. At 21:17, two minutes later after that, what's it say here?
It says doors opening,
Okay, and then the next entry says,
body in garage.
all right. And then at 21:19, what's it saying?
K98, subject in garage is 419. 2118, 583 GC interior cleared, 2118.
Okay, so the K98 is another K9 unit,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Subject is in a garage, is indicated 419. I think you said 419 meant what?
Dead.
All right. What does the 211858GC int clear 2118? What's that?
The 2118 is the time,
Okay.
and then 583GC is the
unit?
The 500 is the unit, yeah, it's a sergeant. GC is, if I remember, it's gang crimes. So it was
Okay.
a gang crime sergeant.
Okay. And they're saying interior clear?
Yes.
Okay, so at 2118, it appears there's an entry into the garage according to this catalog unit.
Yes.
All right. Are there any other units other than 583GC and the K98 being reported as being in this garage according to this entry
No.
in the catalog? 1 minute later, at 2120, if you can read this notation.
AMR advised of delay.
What does AMR stand for?
AMR is American Medical Rescue, or it's basically the paramedics.
Okay, so they're being advised of delay.
Yes.
At 2121, could you please indicate what it says there?
3X3 request medical.
All right.
2121.
And then the next entry down 2 minutes later, what does it say here?
It says 3X garage to rear of residence not cleared.
Okay. In the backyard, was there a shed?
I don't know. I didn't go in the back.
Okay. All right. So you're not sure exactly what that's referencing, but 3X, meaning it's an officer, is indicating, hey, there's a garage to the rear of the residence that's not being cleared.
Correct.
Okay. I think here it says 3X Chan clear. What does Chan stand for?
Channel.
Okay, that's kind of radio frequencies, I guess.
Yeah, there was a code red on the channel, so that's just this repetitive beeping noise that goes out every like 4 to 5 seconds. So when and that means nobody can talk on the radio unless you have to. So when
Okay.
they cleared the channel, they mean that it's basically you're free to talk on the radio.
Okay, at 21:54, which is almost an hour and 10 minutes later, what is the entry here?
Via AM, media is arrived.
Okay, so that's maybe media members are maybe showing up to the neighborhood.
Yeah, this is just indicating that somebody had sent the dispatcher a message over the computer and that the media was starting to arrive.
All right. This entry near the bottom at 2200, so that's going to be at approximately 10 o'clock at night. Please read out what it says here.
MC1 requested ID via landline. MC1 was connected directly to CS4 for ID request.
So ID, what does that stand for?
ID is short for our criminalistics, or CSI, as people know them as.
Okay, so that's when so MC1 is an officer that's there, correct?
Yeah, MC1 is the major crimes detective.
Okay, the most senior, right, because he's number one.
He's number one,
right?
yeah,
So the
so-
most senior crimes detective there, he's on the scene, and he is requesting that CSAs come out,
Yes.
correct? At approximately 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
At 10:02, can you read this entry here?
10:02. Will be FD Rescue 9 and Engine 9 that responded. Also AMR 5907 and 5931.
All right, what does that mean?
Those are the engine company from the fire department that responded. So they had Rescue 9 and Engine 9, so that basically means like the Engine 9 is the big fire truck, the Rescue 9's their van, their paramedic van, and then AMR 5907 and 5931 are the two AMR units that responded.
All right. You have two more entries here at 2204 and 2205. You can just read those two out.
Okay. Left message for tips.
What is
And
TIPS?
It's the volunteer program, trauma intervention program. It's volunteers that respond to talk to family members or friends, survivors.
Okay, so it's kind of volunteers that help out at
Yes.
scenes. Okay, so they're being left a message, and then what's the next thing say?
710A, request medical for PR.
All right. At 2209, it's saying TIPS ENR. What does the ENR stand for?
That they're en route?
Okay, and also ER can also stand for that, correct?
Yes.
All right. ETA means what? Estimated time of arrival?
Yes.
At 22:15, there's this entry here, if you can read that out.
305, 3 PS 61, okay to let homeowners come in off of Rainbow and Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay, so typically, if you have a crime scene and it's nearby a major roadway, are there steps sometimes where you guys block off people coming in and out?
Yes,
All right, and this is a residential neighborhood?
yes.
What's happening here in this instruction?
Basically, it looks like, per the lieutenant, it's okay to start letting homeowners come in, it looks like off of one side of the street.
Okay, and this is about 2.5, I think it's about, it's at 10:15 at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At 23:03, there's an entry here, what is that saying?
548, request grave units to assist.
Okay, so that's maybe what, a transition squad of another shift
Yes.
of patrol officers, things like that?
Yes.
And then at 23:10, what's it saying here?
3X3, call tips, they can leave per homicide.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Charles?
Morning, sir.
Morning.
What time did you arrive on this call?
I'd have to look at the log, I don't know the exact minute, hour and minute.
Do you think looking at it would help refresh your
Yes.
recollection and approach?
Sure.
I'm going to hand you what's already in. It's 325.
Okay.
Find your call sign and your time of arrival on in.
Let's see, 47. Looks like 8:58 is when the dispatcher indicated I arrived.
Okay. And how does the dispatcher get that info?
Usually we will announce over the air that we're arriving, or we'll hit the arrive button on our computer, or those are really the only two ways. Or she hears it through somebody else. Like if I don't announce or I don't hit the arrive button, which happens, then she'll either hear somebody, like she'll hear me on the radio giving directions. She says, oh, he's out there already. So she'll put two and two together and figure out that someone's there.
And just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand how this computer-aided dispatch, this CAD report works, there's a 911 operator that fields a 911 call, right?
Yes,
And that individual has the ability to talk to the PR, the person reporting on the phone, correct?
yes,
And they also have the ability to type into a computer all the line items that you see there, right?
yes,
And those line items are then directed to first responders and secondary responders and specialized units within the field have access to that computer.
yes,
You mentioned you hit your arrive button on your computer. You have a computer in your actual patrol car,
Yes.
right? And it has a keyboard so you can enter information,
yes,
and it has a specific button that allows you to announce your arrival.
yes,
Okay. You understand that as the dispatcher is taking in information from the person or persons reporting, that's entered into that system, right?
yes,
So you would agree with me that there's more information coming in probably than goes out into the CAD, right?
yes,
Okay. And you also agree with me that there's a number of line items there that don't have extensive verbiage, just kind of call signs and either a 4-letter code or a 400 code or a unit response that you recognize as part of your job at Metro, right?
yes,
And the prosecutor just kind of read you the more detailed ones that were typed in, right?
yes.
Okay, can I retrieve that, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. So you indicated that you arrived at 20:58, right?
Yes,
So if the call came in at 20:44, how many minutes is that?
14.
Okay. And even assuming if the call came in at 20:45, you get there 13 minutes later, right?
Yes,
You're not the first unit on scene.
no,
There's a number of units on scene.
yes,
And those include marked patrol vehicles,
yes.
some of them with one person per car.
These, if I remember, they were all single-man units, or single officer units.
So there's at least 3 or 4 people there when you get there.
Without looking at the log, probably at least 2.
Okay. And they're out of their cars already?
Yes.
Have they approached the house already?
No, I don't know. I don't remember where they were when I initially arrived. Typically, somebody would have approached the home just to kind of watch the front door.
You have access to the information that's being relayed by the dispatcher through the CAD system, right?
Yes.
You do not have access to the call that's happening between the person reporting and the 911 operator, right?
Yes.
The 911 operator would choose what to put in this CAD report.
Yes.
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you the question about a garage door? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember what that question was?
Was the garage door open or closed?
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you about the person requesting medical? Do you remember that?
Yes. Towards the end, yes.
No, I'm talking about early on in the call. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Which one are you talking about? Like, who was requesting medical? The officer?
Let me show you this.
Okay.
Ask first about the garage. Okay. Do you see it? 2052 mail advised to open door. Do you see that?
2052. You might. Is it down at the bottom? I can't read it on here. Okay, there it is. Yes, mail advised to open door.
Okay. Do you know which door that's referring to?
Probably the garage door. It's the only door that was closed.
Okay. Do you see a 2047 medical advice for wife?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Requesting to be transferred to medical for advice on wife. I'm guessing that they're transferring the person calling to somebody at the fire department or AMR so they can give them CPR instructions.
Right. When someone calls 911, they say, do you need police, fire, or medical, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes, they'll need both. Agreed?
Agreed.
So when the 911 operator is originally taking the call, she may enter under the computer-aided dispatch system items related to a police intervention, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, and in fact, we can see it here in black and white, the person recording requests to be transferred for medical advice, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have had the benefit of listening to this call. Have you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what's being said in that call,
Correct.
even as you sit here today, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me the contents of that call would speak for themselves, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You can't tell anything from the CAD, for instance, whether or not the person reporting, in this case it's a guy by the name of Tom Randolph, that he actually asks, should I go open the garage door so they can come in? You don't know that, do you?
No.
Does it show anywhere on that CAD report where the medical advisor on the other end of that 911 call tells him not to?
No.
What you do know is when you get there 14 minutes or so after the call, there's other units on scene, right?
Yes.
Somebody goes in the residence initially to make a determination that the female subject, the gunshot wound victim, isn't responsive, right?
Well, the way you just said it, nobody would have gone in the house immediately.
Okay, I'm
By
not talking
themselves.
about immediately. Clearly,
Right.
you didn't get there for quite a period of
Right.
time. When you do arrive,
Right.
somebody goes in the house, right?
Correct.
And they identify the female suspect isn't moving.
Yes.
And then you say, hold on, let's back out, right?
Yes.
And then you request SWAT.
Yes.
SWAT means,
So the special weapons and tactics. It's the tactical team.
right, those people have specialized training to enter and clear a scene in a dynamic shooting sequence, right?
Yes.
So like if there's something dangerous, they can go in, they have specialized training that allows them to make sure everything's safe before other people come in and investigate, right?
Yes.
How long is it that you're outside before the lieutenant says, no, we can go ahead and go in?
Not very long. Without looking at the actual numbers, I'd be guessing, but maybe less than 10 minutes. It wasn't that I had requested SWAT, And it was just a matter of minutes before he says, we don't, we can do this ourselves, we don't need SWAT.
Yep. The first entrance to the house involves 4 patrol officers, right?
I'm guessing, I don't remember exactly how many of us went in.
Okay. Well, you said on direct examination it was 4. You wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I'm guessing it was 4, I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. Then they come out, right?
Yes,
Then you request SWAT, correct?
yes,
Then the lieutenant says, no, we can clear the house, right?
yes,
And then the house is cleared.
yes.
By how many officers?
I don't know. I know it was K-9, and like I said, I wasn't there to see who actually went in or how many went in.
So probably 4 the first time, right?
Correct.
And then you went in the house, right?
Well, I'd be one of the 4,
Okay. And then
and I
other
went in
peop-
with them.
Other people went in later to clear the house, right?
Yes,
Including K-9 officers, right?
I believe so.
And according to the CAD report, there's at least 2 K-9 units that go in the house, right?
No,
Okay. How many K-9 units were at the scene?
there were at least 2,
Okay. How many went in the house?
at least 1.
Okay. And when the K-9 unit goes in, that's a guy with a dog, right?
Correct.
Okay. Guy has 2 feet, yes?
The guy has 2 feet?
Yes.
Yes,
Dog has 4?
yes,
Okay. Dog doesn't have any specialized training in preserving a crime scene, right?
no.
Okay. They actually go in the garage, right?
Well, they did, yes, they did clear the garage when the door opened.
Right. Clearing the garage meaning kind of strategically, like going in, going around, looking, making sure there's no other people there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The reports in the case indicate that there's 1 lieutenant from patrol on scene, right?
Yes,
And then 2 sergeants, you and another,
yes.
and then 10 patrol officers.
I'm guessing I don't know the exact number, I didn't count.
Would it surprise you if there were 10 patrol officers listed as being on scene?
No,
Do you have any idea how many people entered the house that night before you left?
no,
Do you have any idea if it was more than 10?
no.
More than 20?
I'd be surprised if it was more than 20. Well, are we talking about the initial entry, the clearing of the house, the investigative team,
I'm talking
CSI?
about just while you're there.
While I was there, it was just maybe 4 of us initially. Then there would have been the K-9 team that cleared it, which might have been, I'm guessing, maybe 3 to 4 officers. And after that, I don't know who went in.
Okay. You know from reviewing the CAD that violent crimes detectives go in, right?
I don't know that they actually went in to the home at that point.
You know that violent crimes detectives are there, right?
I saw major crimes. I don't know if I saw violent crimes.
Same thing, right?
No, they're 2 different units.
Okay, what's the difference?
Major crimes deals with, it can involve like large larcenies, burglaries, and violent crimes are usually more of crimes against persons. So in this case, yeah, violent crimes, it would have made sense for violent crimes. But major crimes is always, they're not always logged on at the same time, so whatever unit happens to be on, they're kind of like, they're interchangeable in a sense. They can do investigations across whatever their unit's supposed to do.
Okay. As you sit here today, when you reviewed the CAD, you don't know who the detectives were, right?
Like the names of the detectives?
Right.
Not that I remember now.
Okay. If it was memorialized in a report that there were 3 separate violent crimes detectives there, you wouldn't dispute that?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you know that those detectives request ID to come out, right?
Yes.
And ID's the crime scene analysts.
Yes.
Okay. Were you still there when the crime scene analysts got there?
I don't remember.
Okay. You agree they're not even called until 2200 hours, right?
That's what the CAD said, yes.
And you have no idea what time they actually arrived.
No.
And you have no idea what happens in the scene between the time the CSAs are requested and when they get there, right?
I don't know what do you mean? Like I don't.
You
Like
don't-
I wasn't in the house, so I didn't see what was going on in the house.
Right, precisely my point.
Okay,
Other
yeah.
officers and investigators are going in and out of the house, right?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see anybody else go into the house, so I can't really tell you what they were doing.
Okay. You agree you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people were in the house, right?
Other than the minimum amount that went in.
That might,
It's argumentative.
it's not.
Can you rephrase the question?
How many people went in the house?
At a minimum, I'd say 6.
Okay. Okay, in total, the whole time in the investigation?
That I don't know.
Okay. In other words, you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people went in the house that night, right? Okay. As you sit here today, you'd agree with me. You can't tell us how many people went in the house that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that according to the CAD, medical units responded, right?
Yes.
Were you there when they got there?
I don't remember.
They don't get there for a long period of time, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
In fact, the CAD even indicates a delay in their response, right?
Yes.
You have no memory whatsoever of them being there.
No, I remember I really don't remember what time they got there, but I think I remember, I don't know, maybe the fire department was there, but.
You don't dispute that a number of different medical response units arrived at the scene, right?
I don't know who actually showed up. That's the thing, I don't know.
So to answer my question, you don't dispute that, right?
Correct.
The jury's already seen a number of photographs that show indicia of medical intervention on at least one of the decedents. You wouldn't dispute that that happened, right?
No.
And assuming that that person's still at the scene that they're working on, those medical people are in the scene, right?
Yes.
You don't dispute that at all, right? You would agree with me that very early on in the call, the CAD log indicates that the person responding is asking for advice for his wife, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you read that in a CAD report, obviously the call speaks for itself, but that reads to you that the person reporting is asking for advice on how to treat his wife, right?
Yes.
There's a request for medical indicated in the CAD report at 21 hours. Does that sound unusual to you?
No.
Wouldn't you expect medical to respond sooner if the person reporting is asking for medical help with his wife, like immediately in the call?
It kind of depends on the nature of the call. If it's a dynamic call, then medical's not going to be allowed anywhere near the scene, even if somebody's injured.
Okay. Even if the person reporting is saying, will you please get here and help this person? I think she's dying.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you're asking for medical, then sure.
And it appears that law enforcement didn't request medical until 36 minutes later. Does that surprise you?
Not in this case.
At 22:05 hours, Mr. Hamner, that's the prosecutor, asked you some questions about requesting medical for the PR. Did
Yes.
you see that?
Yes, I remember.
Indicating that the person reporting actually had some type of injury, right?
Yes.
Objection, not speculative.
Well, he said yes, so it doesn't sound like he's speculating.
You know, sir, do you know that that's what that indicates?
Other than he needs somebody who was with him requested medical for him. And they said he wants to be seen by medical.
So somebody putting information into the computer-aided dispatch system memorializes that the person reporting needs medical attention, right?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
He's going to be publishing 325 if we can. Just leave this up here for a second. Okay, so do you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, there were questions about whether or not you had heard the 911 call. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so and I think the question posed to you was something along the lines of, well, since you didn't hear the call, you didn't hear dispatch tell the person calling to go open the door. Do you remember being asked that on cross-examination?
Yes.
And since you haven't listened to that call, you wouldn't be aware of whether or not the dispatcher said specifically, go open the front door. You wouldn't be aware of that because you haven't heard the call.
Correct.
And then he said twice, go open the front door, right? You didn't hear it because you never listened to the call.
Correct.
Right? Now, want to look at, speaking of doors, front door versus garage door. You see this entry here, the 2048?
Okay.
Can you please read that entry aloud, those lines?
It says 27, suspect is known to PR, has been scamming him. Suspect is laying in garage, not moving. PR locked door, so suspect is locked in the garage.
Okay, so that dispatch reports that the person reporting locked the door to the garage because the suspect would be locked in the garage, correct?
Yes.
So when you went in with your 5 officers, you went in through the front door,
Yes.
right? You didn't go through the garage.
Correct, yes.
And you didn't walk down a hallway to a garage, correct? Because you just
Correct.
walked the way out. So, publishing 82. You never walked down this hallway out that door, did you?
No.
So you and the other 4 or 5 officers didn't trample through that area?
No.
And I mean, I know you haven't been to that side, but you'd have no reason to dispute that that's not the garage door to the garage,
No.
correct? Okay. And if a door is locked, it means that you can't pass through it, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if you wanted to kick something through, you'd run into that door, right?
Yes.
Because the door's locked,
Yes.
right? And that's what this is reporting here. But the person reporting, calling 911, told 911, I locked the garage door.
Correct.
Right? So it would be impossible for you and your 5 officers to move anything into the garage because, number one, you didn't go there, right?
Correct.
And that door was locked,
Correct.
right? Now, when we get to 2117, it's indicating that the doors are opening and that there's a body in the garage. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that a reference to the garage doors opening?
Yes.
Okay. So when K9 is going in and clearing, they're walking through the garage doors, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any entry from the moment here saying that the garage door is locked. The door to the garage is locked, and then the garage doors themselves kind of lifting up and opening, that someone opened the door from the hallway into the garage. You don't see anything reported on the CAD with respect to that, correct?
Correct.
And your understanding is when K9 units walked in, they're walking in from the street into the garage.
Yes. Correct.
So, where is that pesky photo? Oh, here it is. So, if the door is locked, if that door is locked, and the K9 unit walked in, they'd just be walking in the garage, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember the K9 unit going through the front door, walking down the hallway, out that door, and then into the garage, correct?
Correct.
So the K9's officers' 2 legs and those dogs' 4 legs wouldn't be traipsing through that area to make it into the garage because they came in literally through the opening of the actual garage doors.
Protection compound is ridiculously leading.
Okay, well, he is correct. I'll rephrase. Do you have any recollection of a K9 unit waltzing through that hallway?
No.
Okay. What is your understanding of when the K9 unit went in? Did they go through the garage door or did they go through the front door and make their way to the garage?
No, they entered through the garage door.
Okay. You've been doing this for how many years? As a police officer, how many years did you work as a police officer?
29.
How big is it as a priority to keep a scene preserved when there are 2 bodies inside?
Very important.
Based on your years of doing that, do you guys become more lax in terms of, come on in when there's multiple bodies inside a house, or do you become more concerned about making sure people don't go in?
The second, yeah, especially if there's a violent crime, in this case, like a homicide, you've got to be really careful with everything.
And just to be clear, I mean, you're not the only person trained to do that. Are other patrol officers and violent crime detectives and gang detectives taught in the same manner to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that even after you left the scene, that your fellow detectives would then let just countless people waltz through the scene?
I'm
Do you have
sorry,
any reason to believe that
Oh, no.
the detectives who were there and the officers who were there would just let an inordinate amount of people go waltzing through the scene after you left?
No, that wouldn't happen.
Why not?
Because you can contaminate the crime scene or alter it or,
Okay. So your understanding is there were only, at a minimum, 6 people when you were there, correct?
yes.
That went in, right? And just to be clear, when you have an entry here, do you see where it says here? I'll try to zoom in. It says K98 subject in garage, and then it says 583 GC interior clear. Is that reporting multiple officers or a singular officer? What do those call signs signify?
K98 is the K9 unit who sees the suspect in the garage deceased, and 583 GC is the sergeant who's telling the dispatcher the interior's been cleared.
Okay. I have no further questions on this witness.
Just curious. You ever seen anybody waltz in a crime scene?
Yes.
Waltz?
Well, depending on the crime scene, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by waltz.
He asked the question a bunch of times about whether or not anyone was waltzing through the crime scene. Like a waltz is a dance, right?
It could be, yes.
Yeah. You've seen somebody dance in a crime scene?
No.
Okay. You have no idea how many people passed through that door from the hallway to the garage prior to crime scene analysts getting there, right?
Correct.
You couldn't possibly tell us how many people were in and out of the garage that evening prior to crime scene analysts impounding evidence, right?
Yes.
You know what you did, right?
Yes.
And you know what the officers you were responsible for did, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of people there that night that you're not responsible for.
Correct.
Both people in law enforcement, yes?
Yes.
And some of those people have very different job descriptions than yours, right?
Correct.
Canine units, for example, very different than yours, right?
Yes.
Medical responders, you have no idea how many were in and out of that scene, right?
Correct.
They have much different training than a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
They're not so concerned about preservation of a crime scene because they're more concerned about saving a life, right?
Objection calls
Correct.
Okay. He asked you, he being the prosecutor, in the 29 years that you've done this, like, it's real important to preserve a crime scene in a double homicide, right?
Yes.
For instance, like, if there was a double homicide where there was a crime scene where no blood evidence was documented, and then it was cleaned up, and a week later somebody came back out, that would be a difficult crime scene for a jury to analyze, right?
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's not.
I think it's within the refugees, he can answer.
For a jury to analyze?
Yes, he can. He's here to testify to what the jury's gonna analyze.
Okay.
Okay. Could you repeat all that? Sure.
In a case where there's a double homicide,
Okay.
and at the scene of the double homicide, when crime scene analysts get there, isn't preserved or documented at all, no blood evidence. And then the scene's cleaned. And then a week later, a crime scene analyst comes back out to document blood evidence. That'd be really difficult, right?
Yes.
Because the scene's been contaminated, hasn't it?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Can you call up another gentleman?
No, you're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, so you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. State, we call your next witness.
We'll call Dino Kelly. Just want to get a little bit set up, Your Honor, before we get started, so I may just need a couple minutes. Just want to make sure my computer's clear, because I got to use this for
It's Dean, D-E-A-N, O'Kelly, O-apostrophe K-E-L-L-E-Y.
It's okay, Your Honor. I'm just gonna start from here just so I can kind of organize a few things and everything, just kind of get rolling. All right, sir, if you could, what did you used to do for a living?
Before I retired, I was a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, what do you do today?
I went back to do cold case homicide investigation back in September of 2015, so coming up on 8 years doing that as well.
All right. How many years before your first retirement with Metro, how many years did you work with Metro?
20 years and 10 months.
Okay, and you may have just said it, how many years were you in homicide, not cold case, we'll put that aside for a second, but how many years were you with homicide?
9 years to the day. I retired on my anniversary date.
Okay. If you could, tell me a little bit about some of the training that you have received over your years as a police officer. I know that may sound a little lengthy, but if you could.
Well, in total, the numbers the last time I looked at was over 3,200 hours of training, including the academy. So we've gone through the academy and then field training, and then I also was a bike patrol officer for a couple of years, so there's extensive training there as well. I had, after the 1992 Rodney King riots, I was part of the department's first rifle team where we started carrying patrol rifles. There was 80 hours of training there. I was in the gang unit for 7 years, so I have extensive training in street gangs. We had quite a few conferences. We actually have an advantage here in Las Vegas because everybody comes here to train. So there's a lot of agencies that, you know, will come to various locations in the valley to train, so we get to go and be a part of that. Sometimes, you know, the department arranges for it, and then other times we'll pay for our own training. So I've done a lot of those conferences. Both for gangs, and then when I intended to go into homicide, I took some courses on homicide investigation, practical homicide investigation through, there was a retired lieutenant commander in New York Police Department that wrote the book on practical homicide investigation, and he would have an annual conference here every year. I've attended that several times. Just, you know, continuous ongoing education in addition to, you know, reading periodicals and books, and I'm part of the International Homicide Investigators Association as well. California Homicide Investigations would do their annual conference here in Nevada, and I've attended that several times. So it's just as much training as you can get.
Sure. In your career, approximately how many homicide scenes have you gone to?
Over 300.
Prior to that, how many home burglary, home robbery scenes have you responded to in your career?
I really wouldn't be able to give you a number. One of the advantages of working in the gang unit is we investigated the person committing the crime and not the crime itself. So we had that, we could do burglary investigations or credit card fraud investigations or drug investigations. So we had quite a range of experience working in gangs because, again, it's the person and not the crime that's being investigated. So I wouldn't be able to estimate really, but quite a few, dozens, certainly.
Understood. Tell me a little bit about what firearms training you've received through the course of your life.
So there's the academy firearms training. Well, in the course of my life, I was a military policeman way back in 1981, so I had that training in the military. With the .45 caliber handgun back then, and the M16, which is the fully automatic version of what you hear about the AR-15. So I had extensive firearms training there. I was part of the U.S. Army Special Reaction Team, so kind of like for me, it was Fort McClellan, Alabama, so I was part of their response team, or what you would call a SWAT team, so we did quite a bit of training there. After I left the Army, I was at a nuclear power facility in Arizona, where I was a response team member for a couple of years. Then I was promoted, and I was a response team leader for 5 years before I came here to Metro.
All right.
Detective, did you respond to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe here in Las Vegas, Clark County on May 8th, 2008?
I did.
Around what time do you get to that scene?
About 10:15 p.m. is when I responded, when I arrived. I think it's 10:19 to be specific.
All right. If you could, tell me a little bit about the homicide unit. Are you familiar with the term like a squad, a homicide squad?
Correct.
What is that in reference to?
Well, back when this occurred, there were 4 sergeants over homicide. There were 6 people on each squad, so I was part of Rocky Alby's squad. You had a designated partner that you worked with. My partner was Rob Wilson at the time. He was on vacation when this occurred, so he didn't respond. And then we have 2 other 2-man teams on our squad, and we'd have a rotation that went through all of the squads.
All right. When you arrive, if you arrive to a homicide scene and your group is tasked out there, how do you guys divide up? How's the division of labor work typically?
We take turns as partners. So if you're up in rotation, that means you and your partner are going to catch the next case. And it just flip-flops back and forth between whether you were the person that took the lead last time, and then it would be your partner's turn this time. It's completely random. In this situation, again, my partner was on vacation, so no matter whether it was my turn or not, I was going to be the lead detective on the case.
And who was your partner at that time?
Robert Wilson. We were partners for 7 years total in homicide.
All right. When you get to this scene and you're up and Detective Wilson is gone, what was the responsibility that night for you?
So I was responsible for investigating the crime scene itself. And then there were other detectives that responded to the scene for the briefing initially. So we had Detective Long, we had Detective Mogg, Detective Hardy all from our squad, and then Sergeant Albee was there. Our lieutenant was there as well.
Let me ask you this: when these multiple members of your homicide squad show up, do they all just start waltzing through the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Do they walk through the crime scene?
No. Initially, we were waiting for every last person who's been assigned to the case to respond, and so I'm not too far from where this occurred. I'm at the west end of Cheyenne, so I was one of the first to arrive. And then we have Detective Long, who's way southeast in the valley. He was the last to arrive. I want to say at around 10:40. So even though I'd gotten there 20 minutes earlier, we wait until everybody's there. The senior crime scene analyst that's going to be on the scene, the CSA and the crime scene analyst supervisor. So we all brief it at once instead of trying to parse it out, one as each person arrives. So we didn't brief until probably, I'd say, 11:15.
And I know you can't speak to what happened from personal knowledge prior to that, but when you're there, from what you could observe, were there a lot of people walking in and out of the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Is there a protocol that Metro puts in place to ensure that doesn't happen?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you could observe, there were not people going in and out of the crime scene?
There was nobody going in and out of the crime scene.
As the lead detective on this case, if you did see people doing that, would you stepped in and said something?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, around what time do you start doing the processing of the scene?
Well, again, we're going to have that briefing with the initial responding officers. That takes quite a bit of time. And then, although I didn't meet Mr. Randolph on the night that this occurred at the scene, I know that consent to search the house was obtained and given by Mr. Randolph to Detectives Mogg and Hardy before they transported him to out where the Detective Bureau was located at the time, which was Okie and Decatur, for their interview with him.
Okay, so Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy interview Thomas Randolph on that night.
They did.
And do you see Thomas Randolph in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point out where he is and maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's at the defense table. He's wearing a blue shirt, has short white hair, and he's wearing headphones.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. So, is that a factor, for example, going into a home to start processing? Do you need consent or something else before you start going in and processing a scene?
Yes, either consent or oftentimes that's not even available given the scene, and then a search warrant would be prepared by our sergeant. Telephonic search warrant, we would have a search warrant in hand before we went in to search.
So you said you were provided a briefing from patrol, is that right?
That's correct.
What were the basic details as you understood them before you started the scene walkthrough?
It was Sergeant Darren Densley that gave us the briefing primarily, and he told us that Mr. Randolph had conveyed to them that he was out with his wife earlier in the evening, that they had gone to the charcoal room, which is at the Santa Fe casino, and once they had gotten home from that outing, from the dinner, that Mr. Randolph had pulled up into the drive, that there's not enough room for both people to get out, so his wife got out of the car and walked into the house while Mr. Randolph parked the vehicle in the garage. Then Mr. Randolph had gone into the house. He saw his wife at the opposite end of the north-south hallway there.
This is becoming a narrative. It's beyond the scope of this question.
Well, it's not beyond the scope of the question, but it is what is basically relayed. I can try to break it up if you'd like. Sure. Where does the defendant say he goes after dinner?
He said that he went home. I don't know if we got that he had gone to the gas station. We learned that later, but he had gone home after dinner.
Okay. And when he arrives home, who does he say enters the house first?
He said his wife got out of the vehicle and walked in so he could park in the garage.
Okay. And then what does he say happened next with respect to him?
He said that he went into the house and that he saw his wife laying face down in the hallway.
Where does he say he goes after that?
He said that he saw some sort of movement, so he went into the office that was right inside the hallway, and he retrieved a handgun from a hanging shoe rack and then came back out into the hallway.
Okay. Does he see someone when he starts to make his way out of the hallway?
He said that he basically was confronted by a man wearing a ski mask in the hallway, that they collided in the doorway.
What does he say he does to the man in the hallway?
He said that he shot him several times.
Okay, in the hallway?
In the hallway, and then when he went to the...
Back to this being all hearsay. At this point, he's describing a briefing, and I believe we're going to hear another statement today. And so him just giving a rendition of what he thinks was said. I mean, we've already heard the statements, and so I would object to hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not being, sure. So as I was saying, as you spoke to him, he relays that he's doing shooting in the hallway. Is that right?
And Sergeant Densley's given the briefing that he shot him as he was going into the garage.
And ultimately, does he also indicate that he shoots? Randolph indicates to the patrol officer that he shot like a couple more times in the garage when he's on the ground in the garage.
I need you to be specific that this is what he was told. He was
Yes.
not present when Randolph said
Understood.
any of these things to the officer?
Yes, Your Honor. Right. So you're getting a briefing from Densley, right?
Correct.
Okay. Densley spoke to Randolph, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Densley is relaying to you some background information, correct?
Right, a briefing.
So there's shooting in the hallway, but then there's a couple more shots, I guess, when he's just falls into the garage.
I don't remember him saying a couple, but yes, there's a shot in the garage, he said.
Okay. So, you mentioned that Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy conducted an interview with the defendant that night. Is that right?
Yes, they did, and into the morning.
And when you process this scene, it's from what time to what time?
We probably got into the scene around 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. And I wasn't done and cleared the scene until I'd say 4:30, 4:20 in the morning is when we finally got out of the house.
Okay. The interview that Detective Hardy and Detective Mogg that interview starts somewhere around 11:30, 11:45, something like that, correct?
I believe they have him in the interview room at 11:54, and they came into the room at about quarter after midnight.
Okay, so it rolls over into midnight. But that interview is completed during this window of time that you're processing a scene.
Yes,
All
it
right.
was. It was done just before 2 o'clock.
Do you then get an update after they are done with their interview where they update you as to the things that were said by the defendant?
Yes, specifically, Detective Mogg came back to the scene, and I talked to him once he got back about the interview.
Okay, so you had a general understanding from Detective Mogg, and we've seen that interview already, but you have a general understanding from Detective Mogg about the things the defendant said happened. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So, when you walked this scene, when you process it, who were you doing it with? Who's walking with you, if you even remember?
Initially, the detectives, everybody that responded is going to take a look in there. So I know that Detectives Mogg and Hardy, Detective Long, and myself went into, and Sergeant Albee, along with the crime scene analysts that are going to be processing the scene, so they can get, primarily for Detectives Mogg and Hardy, so that they can get the lay of the land and be able to have an informed interview with Mr. Randolph back at the Detective Bureau. And once that's done, initially superficially looking at it, then it's just myself and the crime scene analysts that are in the scene. Everybody else is out of the house.
When you initially walk through with your fellow detectives, do you observe anyone kicking any cartridge cases anywhere?
No.
Do you see any of your fellow detectives stomping through blood or anything like that?
No.
Was anybody kind of smearing their hands all over the walls, anything like that?
No.
Did you see any evidence that the people you walked to the scene with were disturbing the scene?
No.
I want to show you what's been admitted as States 82. What are we looking at here?
We're standing in the north-south hallway of the residence and looking north at the closed firewall door that leads into the garage.
After speaking with Detective Mogg, after his interview is completed, after listening to the patrol briefing about what Mr. Randolph had to say to them, is this your understanding where Mr. Randolph begins to open fire on Mr. Miller?
Yes, you see on the right side there, that is the open door to the office where Mr. Randolph said he retrieved the 9mm handgun from the shoe rack, and that doorway is where he says he collided with Mr. Miller as he was running towards the end of the hallway.
And there appear to be there's another closed door, but are you referring to the open door there?
The open door on the right, you see in the forward part.
Oh, Kelly, if you put that mouse, if you move it around, you can actually kind of even if you just kind of, or that little circle, you can just put it, can you just kind of show us where that door, all right, let the record reflect the witness has identified what appears to be the open doorway on the right in the photograph. So when you've been to a lot of shooting scenes, right?
Yes, I have.
I mean, how many are we talking about here?
I mean, including when I was in gangs, I mean, it's hundreds.
Okay. When you go to a shooting scene and you're under the impression that this is an area of a shooting scene, do you expect to see certain things?
Yes, I would.
What sort of things do you typically expect to see?
Well, given that we're talking about a semi-automatic handgun, we would see expended shell casings. If there are perforating gunshot wounds where there's an entrance and an exit, which we do have in this case, I would expect to find bullets, blood, maybe secondary impacts where the bullet had gone through and then hit the wall or hit the door. That's what you would see. Sometimes an expended magazine where someone had to reload, that type of thing.
In this scene, did you see any how many expended cartridge cases do you find in this hallway?
There was one 9mm by 18 cartridge case that was nearly in the center of the threshold to the garage, a couple inches away from the threshold itself.
Okay, and we've seen some of those photos, but if you take your mouse, can you kind of show us the general area where that was?
Actually, it's right there.
All right, let the record reflect the witness took the mouse and identified a little, almost like golden brown object, which appears to be a cartridge case right at the lip of the door to the garage. Just to be clear, when you walked through this scene here, was that door closed?
No,
Okay, that door was open?
that door was open.
Okay, so it had been propped open and when they took a photograph at this point, it's closed, is
Yes.
that right? Okay, so, you would have, so when you went to this scene, you mentioned you'd expect to see cartridge cases. Did you expect, from what you had heard, would you expect to have seen more cartridge cases?
Yes, I would.
Did you observe any blood in this area?
No, not in that area.
Where did you observe blood?
We saw blood basically in the area where I saw blood in the area where the camera person would be positioned, so towards the south end of the hallway, and then on the walls to the east, and on the ceiling, and above the master bedroom door, on the master bedroom door itself, on the Berber carpet into the master bedroom, and as well as higher up on the eastern wall.
And so when you're talking about, is that the area generally where Sharon is located?
That's correct.
Okay, not in the area where Mr. Randolph indicated that he shot multiple times at Mr. Miller.
No, there was none.
When you walked in this area, were you alone when you walked in this area, or did you initially have, Mog, Hardy, people like that walking with you?
Initially, they would have come in and taken a look at the scene along with me, yes.
Do you recall anyone remarking when you're in this area, oh, look, there's some blood? Anyone say anything like that?
No,
How about CSA Smith?
no.
I mean, isn't that kind of his job too? To
It
be
is.
looking for that sort of stuff? So he doesn't remark and see anything here.
That's correct.
You don't see anything here.
No,
And all the other detectives that walked with you didn't see anything there.
no.
All right. Have you been to shooting scenes that are kind of in close quarters? I mean, this is a hallway, right, versus an open field.
Yes.
Do you have any expectations about what you might expect to find if a shooting scene occurs in kind of close quarters?
Again, because it's going to retain the projectiles as they come out, the expended cartridges would be retained in that close quarters area. If there's perforating gunshot wounds, you could potentially find bullets in that area. You would find, again, if it's perforating, you would see blood and possibly bone and tissue and hair related to those gunshot wounds.
How about strikes to the wall? Could that be something that you expect? Like a ricochet of a bullet kind of, or even a cartridge case ricocheting off of drywall or something like that?
That's possible, I guess. I mean, with a cartridge case itself, it just depends. I mean, they're cylindrical in shape. If you were close to a smooth surface and the cartridge case landed on the open end, you might see a little semicircle if it's possible. It would be difficult to differentiate between just regular wear and tear on a wall to be able to specifically say that you think that's where a cartridge case hit. They don't come out covered in soot where they're leaving a black mark or anything like that. You know, you can be at the range all day and we do police call and we pick up brass and your hands aren't covered in soot.
All right, so we've covered carts. How about bullets? So you said these were perforating wounds, right?
Right.
So they went through the body.
Correct.
Would you expect to see a bullet impact somewhere in that hallway?
Certainly.
Did you see any impacts in that
No.
hallway? However, when you look in the area towards Sharon, did you find an impact?
Yes, we did.
And was that noted and documented?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to turn your attention to the garage. When you get out to the garage, do you start to see evidence of firearms being used in the garage?
Yes.
What do you locate in the garage?
We found a bullet. I found because we were together, the crime scene analyst processed as well, but there was a bullet to the right front corner of the Hyundai Tucson. We found a cartridge case over there on the west side of the Hyundai Tucson. We found a flattened out bullet that had come to rest underneath the right rear passenger seat area of the Hyundai Tucson. And we found an expended 9mm by 18 cartridge case on the east side of the Pontiac G6, which was parked on the east side of the garage.
I know you go back there a week later, correct?
Yes, we did, to the day.
Are there other things that are found a week later in that garage?
Yes, there were.
What else was found?
2 additional 9mm by 18 cartridge cases were found on the west side of the garage. Actually, in the southwest area, there was an open toolbox that had a bunch of screws and nuts and bolts and everything, and it had, shell casing that landed in a small compartment there. And then there was another shell casing that was north of the water heater, and it was behind like a milk jug or a 1-gallon water jug laying there on the floor. So now we had two additional. So we had a total with the one at the threshold and the 2 we originally recovered that night, and then the 2 the following week. We had the 5 shell casings.
Based on your observations in the hallway, based on your observations in the garage, based on what you've learned that Mr. Randolph said occurred, was what you're seeing in these 2 different areas significant for your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because we didn't find in the hallway what we would have expected to find, given.
As to what we would have expected to find, and this has been asked and answered.
I don't think this question has been asked and answered.
I don't think it's been asked and answered either, but how does he know that?
Well, my question to him is, was the significant, I mean, we can approach Your Honor if you want. Yeah. So again, thank you very much. So Detective, as I was saying, why was that significant for your investigation?
Because we didn't find in the hallway ballistic evidence that supported the description that Mr. Randolph had given for the shooting. But we did find that ballistic evidence in the garage, which gave us an indication that the shooting actually occurred in the garage or right at the door leading into the garage.
Now, I want to turn your attention to that garage for a moment. Give me a minute. Publishing 53. Who's that?
That's the deceased Michael Miller.
Right. And now I'm publishing 54. Is there something in this photograph that was significant in your investigation?
Yes, there was. This is a ski mask that was found in this position when we arrived at the scene.
When you examined it, did you notice anything about its condition?
Yes, the crime scene analyst with gloves examined it. We did not find any defects in it, like bullet holes or blood on the ski mask, or tissue or anything else.
Based off of what was relayed to you by Mr. Randolph, was the fact that there wasn't any, and I don't want to, let me backtrack because I just didn't listen to the answer to the end of your answer. I apologize. I know you mentioned the no bullet holes. Did you see any apparent blood on that mask?
No, no blood or tissue.
Okay. Given the absence of bullet holes, blood, and apparent tissue, was that significant in relation to what you had learned from Mr. Randolph?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because Mr. Randolph described colliding with Mr. Miller in the doorway, and he was wearing the ski mask, and that he started shooting at him continuously until he went to the floor in the garage, and then he fired an additional 1 or 2 rounds into Michael Miller's head.
Is that shooting at this masked individual something that is relayed in general on the 911 call?
Yes.
Is this shooting at Mr. Miller when he's wearing a mask relayed in his May 9th interview?
Yes.
Is that same information about shooting Mr. Miller while he's wearing a mask relayed during the walkthrough a week later?
Yes.
And was that information about shooting Mr. Miller while he's wearing a mask relayed in his June 3rd interview?
Yes.
Okay, I know we'll get to that interview later, but the bottom line is that is something that is relayed by Mr. Randolph multiple times.
Correct.
When you walked towards the kitchen area, did you notice that there was any doors that gave an access point out of the interior of the house?
Yes, there were doors on the south side of the house off of the kitchen.
Okay, were those doors open when you arrived?
They were.
Okay. Was that of significance in your investigation?
Well, it could have been. We weren't sure if maybe the door was open.
Mr. Wee,
Well, is there somebody with him? Because he's previously testified that there was a CSA with him at the time. So can you clarify that, Mr. Randolph?
At all times processing the scene, Detective, do you have someone with you?
Yes, the crime scene analyst. There's a senior crime scene analyst and then a CSA 2 that are going to be at the scene the entire time.
And just for clarification, my question was it significant for your investigation? When you're using the word we, are you referring to yourself and Detective Wilson? Are you referring to CSA? It's just the pronoun gets a little confusing, but.
I get it. I'll say I.
Okay.
I saw that the doors are open, and that could be significant, given that could be an entry point for Mr. Miller into the residence.
Were there any signs of forced entry to that back door?
There were not.
Ultimately, when you start reviewing, do you observe in the garage some plastic bags?
Yes.
All right. What are contained in those plastic bags?
It's clothing. There was a pair of pants, and there was a plaid shirt. There was a pair of, well, not a pair of tennis shoes. There's one tennis shoe, and the other tennis shoe is underneath Mr. Miller's leg.
All right. Do you find any jewelry in that bag?
Not in the plastic bag, no.
Okay. Is there a black fabric bag as well?
Yes, there was a black fabric Walmart bag that was there. There was a towel in there and a Megabucks t-shirt, and there was quite a bit of costume jewelry.
Okay, were there keys also located?
Yes, there were.
Where were those keys found?
Inside the black fabric bag.
I want to publish 168. Is this the contents of the jewelry within the black fabric bag?
Yes, it was.
All right, there are how many keys down here in the corner?
There are 4 keys. The one on the left was found to open the front and back door. The one next to it was found to open the safe found in the Randolph's master bedroom closet. And those are 2 of those round high security keys. We didn't find what those went to. Those are in the bag as well.
But all 4 are found inside that black bag.
Correct.
When you walked through the kitchen, did it appear to be rummaged through at all?
No, not at all. It was very, very neat and tidy, except for one. There was a knife on the cutting board that seemed out of place.
Okay. How about the kind of the family TV room? Did that appear rummaged through at all?
No.
Was there a kind of a more formal sitting room as well?
Yes.
Did that appear rummaged through at all?
No.
How about, is there a little den? Some kid stuff is in there?
Yes, with French doors.
What was the condition of that room?
It seemed well kept.
How about the other rooms kind of in that hallway? There are 2 rooms on the left. If you were facing where Sharon was, there's kind of 2 rooms to the left. Is that correct?
Right, you're facing south, and there are going to be two rooms on the east side of the house.
Let me publish what's been admitted as 214. Let's talk about this northeast bedroom. Is that the office?
That's the office where Mr. Randolph retrieved the 9mm.
Right. What is the condition of that room?
I mean, it seemed relatively straight. We had there was a 22 caliber handgun that was found in there. There was a piece of luggage that was near a trash can by the desk. There was some fabric on top of it, and we found the one handgun in there. But other than that, it appeared fine.
There was a computer whole setup right in that room.
Yes,
Anything about the computer and the electronics disturbed at all?
it didn't appear to be.
All right. And then when we look at this east bedroom, and that's the drum room, is that right?
Yes, we refer to it. The room had a lot of the area in the room was taken up with a full drum set, so we called it the drum room.
Do you remember anything disturbed, knocked over in that room at all?
There was like a dresser in there with several of the drawers that were opened partially. There was a side door that swung out. There were a couple of bags on the floor to the east of that dresser. We found a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun that was up against the north wall of that room, or excuse me, south wall of that room.
So publishing 94, is this kind of a view looking into that hallway?
Yes, we're looking in a southwesterly direction, and you can see into the master bedroom.
So this is the reference to maybe a cabinet's open and a drawer is kind of partially opened?
Correct.
Publishing 96, is that kind of another angle of that dresser?
Yes.
But it doesn't appear any of the contents of these dressers have been dumped out.
No.
Publishing 99, and that's the condition of kind of the rest of that room?
Yes, we're looking northeasterly from the doorway.
Let's talk about that office for a second. Publishing 126, is that the state of what the office with the computers look like?
Yes.
Publishing 123, is this another view from the office?
Yes, it is. We're looking southwest out into the hallway. You can also see part of that hanging shoe rack in the closet.
Publishing 125, is that another angle of that office as well?
Yes, it is. We're looking back the opposite direction, northeast.
And then publishing to 124, are we just kind of rotating a little bit to the left?
That's correct.
You mentioned, you also walked through the master bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 106, is this a look at kind of slightly inside the entryway of the master?
Yes, it is.
And what are these couple of boxes here? What do these appear to be?
They are drawers from, if you were to go up from there, you can see a cabinet, like a curio kind of cabinet that's hanging on the wall directly above that little angel pip. There you can see it. And the drawers would go into the bottom 3 slots there.
Okay. Publishing 110.
Can I go back to that last exhibit? Which one is that?
Sure, I apologize, Your Honor. For the record, I was publishing 106, and you're indicating that these drawers fit in what is publishing 109, this structure that's affixed to the wall.
Correct.
Publishing 110, is this kind of the state of that dresser?
Yes, we're looking southeast in the master bedroom.
Did it appear as if any, I mean, I know there's some clothes kind of, I guess, hanging on the side of it, but did there appear to be anything dumped out on the floor on the other side of that bed?
No.
Publishing 112, is this the condition of the master bedroom at the time that you walked through?
Yes.
Do there appear to be any comforters or sheets on this?
No.
You mentioned that in the drum room next to Sharon, you found a revolver, is that correct?
Yes, a 38 Smith & Wesson.
And you mentioned publishing 214. So that, in this room, and that, is that the 15 signifying that revolver?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned, let's talk about this office here. Is there another firearm found in there?
Yes, that was a Smith & Wesson 22 caliber revolver.
Does your investigation determine which of these 2 revolvers was used to shoot Sharon?
Yes, the Smith & Wesson revolver indicated by 15, the 38 caliber, was found to have the hammer down on an expended 38 plus, which means plus powder or power, depending on who you're talking to. So there's a little bit extra energy that it communicates, and it's a semi-jacketed hollow point.
Okay, so, and publishing 90, that's that firearm, correct?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 101, is that a close above it?
Yes, it is.
So this is the gun, and ultimately your analysts, forensic analysts, determined that this is the gun that actually shoots Sharon in the head.
That's correct.
But Mr. Randolph indicates that another gun was found on Mr. Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that, through the course of these interviews, is that the gun that he says Mr. Miller is potentially about to shoot him with?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that gun ultimately recovered from? Where does Mr. Randolph say he got that gun from?
He said that he got it from underneath Mr. Miller, and that he brought it into the house, and that he said he was aiming for the trash can, but he threw it into the office, and it ended up landing on top of some fabric covering a piece of green carry-on luggage.
Okay. Publishing 127, do you see that green carry-on in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Where is it? If you take your mouse, just kind of put it over in that area.
This is the carry-on luggage.
All right, let the record reflect the witness identified a piece of luggage in the bottom left-hand corner, 127. Publishing 128, is that a close-up of that same piece of luggage?
Yes, it is.
And publishing 129, is that the close-up of the gun?
Yes, it is.
All right. You mentioned that you have training and experience in handling firearms.
Yes.
Which is the more powerful of the two firearms?
The 38 caliber, no question.
Okay, so not this gun.
No.
Okay, why is that?
Well, the 22 caliber long rifle rounds that are in there are being fired out of a short barrel, so they're going to be less velocity than you would get out of a rifle, but it's way, way lighter bullet, traveling at approximately the same speed as a standard 9mm. With the 38 caliber plus, or the plus P is what it's called, you're getting significantly higher velocity and a much, much heavier bullet, in addition to the fact that the 22 caliber is just a round nose, a soft lead. It has no jacket on it, whereas the 38 is a semi-jacketed hollow point that designed to expand on impact and create more damage.
So, based off of what you've learned, not just from those briefings, but the subsequent interviews, Mr. Randolph's explanation is that Mr. Miller uses the more powerful weapon to kill his wife and then seemingly drops it for some reason.
Yes.
When you conducted interviews with him, I mean, I know you do one later with him, but you've also listened to the June 9th interview.
May 9th, yes.
I'm sorry, May 9th, I apologize. Does the defendant indicate that he communicated to Mr. Miller that that night he was leaving Mr. Miller to go hang out with his wife?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he had to drop Mr. Miller off because he had to be the one to pick up and drive his wife to dinner?
That's correct.
Okay. So, according to the defendant's explanation, Sharon comes in and is shot with one gun, and then he decides to, I guess, drop the gun.
Yes.
Does Mr. Randolph ever explain at any interview or any juncture why he would do that?
Judge, objection as to Mr. Randolph having to explain why Mr. Miller, who just murdered somebody, dropped a murder weapon and then was leaving. I don't think he can do that, or could be expected to do it.
Well, I think if he relayed that information in an interview, it can be shared. If he can't, he can't.
If he relayed it, the detective can share it, but I don't think the detective can testify to an expectation.
Sure. I'll rephrase the question. Did Thomas Randolph ever relay to you why or how Mr. Miller abandons that gun?
No.
But that was the gun he successfully used to kill his wife,
Yes.
according to Mr. Randolph.
Yes.
Judge, I object to that. I object to that that Mr. Randolph ever said it was the 38 that was used. I think it's the opposite. If he could say a page number or rephrase it.
Well, Mr. President, if you could rephrase the question and specify who is he and specify what it is that was said.
Sure, understood. And I get what's being mentioned. Mr. Randolph never specifies what gun is used to kill his wife, correct?
No, he just specifies which gun he got from off of Mr. Miller.
Right. Where does he say he finds the gun used to kill his wife? Where does he say he generally finds it?
Judge, he just said he didn't know.
You just said Mr. Randolph never said that which gun was used to kill his wife.
I apologize, and it's my fault. 38 special. Where does he say he found the 38 special?
That's not the 38 special, it's the 22.
We'll get there. I'm going to get there, guys. I apologize, everyone. It's all right. I apologize. Trying to confuse everyone. Publishing 101. The 38 special. Where does Mr. Randolph say he found the 38 special?
In the first interview with Detective Hardy and Mogg, he said that when he knelt down next to Sharon, that his knee was on it. So it was directly next to her body. And
It's underneath her body.
he said that he knelt down on it when he knelt next to her body.
So the gun that your team successfully determines kills Ms. Randolph is found, according to Mr. Randolph, underneath her body.
Or directly next to her body, because he knelt down to, later on, he talks about it and demonstrates it in the walkthrough video. He knelt down next to the east side of her body.
When you processed and walked through this scene, is there a purse found of Sharon's?
Yes, there was.
Where was that located?
That was in the bathroom, directly off the hallway.
Nearby Sharon's body?
It was, I mean, it's a few feet because she's in the hallway, and the carry-out from the dinner and her purse were in the...
Publishing 103, is that the purse and the charcoal grill bag?
That's correct.
Was there money found inside that purse?
You could look down inside the purse and see that there was a $100 bill and also a receipt for the charcoal room.
So there's money open in that purse,
Yes,
and it was left in the purse.
yes.
When Mr. Miller is taken to autopsy, how much money is found on his person?
There's $4 and something in change. He just had change.
During the course of your interviews with the defendant, does the defendant offer you a possible motivation for doing this burglary is to steal money?
Yes,
But the money in her purse remained.
correct.
Is there a medicine bag found in one of the rooms? Do you remember that?
Yes, there was.
Hold on, court's indulgence. See if I can find it. Was there a bottle of prescription medicine found inside that bag?
Yes,
So it wasn't on Mr. Miller's person, it remained in that bag.
correct.
Publishing 111, is that bag that we're talking about?
Yes,
Publishing 113, do you see a bottle of pills in there?
yes, I do.
Could you please take your mouse and kind of indicate where it is? All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified what appears to be an orange pill bottle just below what appears to be a bottle of shaving cream.
And there's also a pill dispenser up at the top, and you can see a white pill up in one of the compartments.
You had an opportunity to review the interview that Mr. Randolph gives with Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy.
Yes,
When you had a chance to watch it for yourself, were there things that Mr. Randolph shared that were of concern to you for the purposes of your investigation?
Judge, I object to this.
Sure. When you listened to the interview, where did the May 9th interview, where does he indicate Mr. Miller is running towards when he first encounters him?
Toward the garage, the closed garage door.
Okay, you mentioned that a house key was found that had access to the back door, is that correct?
Yes,
You had indicated when that you arrived, that door was open.
yes,
When you had observed that at the scene and observed the key in the bag, and you heard Mr. Randolph relay that Miller was, in this instance, running towards the garage, was that of significance for your investigation?
yes, it was. It didn't make sense.
Why?
Because it would have been easy for him to turn left and go out where he came in. Instead, he's going towards a door where he knows somebody's going to be coming in. The door's closed.
This is speculation that he knows somebody's coming in. He's now telling us what Miller knows.
I can have it rephrase.
Detective Kelly, you can testify about what this did that was significant in your investigation, but I'm just gonna ask you to refer to testifying to what somebody else was thinking.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the bottom line is, presumably there's a garage with people coming in it, correct?
Yes,
And when you walk that scene, the back door is open.
yes,
And so that struck you as strange, that was the direction of Mr. Miller's travel, given that there was an open back door.
yes, it didn't make sense to me.
We can, want to do the break at this point? Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch recess at this time. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rewatch this news or media commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference the case. You must not make any investigation, test or theory the case, read any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or its findings given to you. It's 12:30, will be in recess until 1:45.
All rise for the jury.
phone calls, like the banking and gaming stuff. I mean, there's other things that are still things that are in this investigation that are independent of interviews. I mean, they're not. It won't be super, super long, but you know.
250-966, David Bell versus Thomas Randolph. In the record, Mr. Randolph is present with his attorneys, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state of Nevada. You both parties stipulate your presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Ms. Atkins, okay, I just remind you that you are still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay? Mr. Hamlin, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, sir. So, I want to go back just to one thing. It kind of deals with the interview, but also the scene observations. Do you remember seeing a fire extinguisher?
Yes.
Okay. How do you first learn about the fire extinguisher?
Its presence at the scene, I could see it lodged or right up against the right front tire of the Pontiac G6.
Okay, publishing 47. What are we looking at there?
That's said fire extinguisher, and that's the right front tire of the Pontiac G6.
Right. Publishing 46. What are we looking at from this angle?
So you're standing at the south wall of the garage, looking north along the passenger side of the Pontiac G6, and you can see a portion of the fire extinguisher.
I'm publishing exhibit 44. What is being photographed here?
There is a small black strap that goes to the fire extinguisher. It was laying on the ground on the corner, on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
How do you know that? Did you match it? How did you figure that out?
No, there's a mounting bracket still on the fire extinguisher, and there was also a drywall screw that was adjacent to the refrigerator that had been pulled out and slightly down. You could still see drywall dust inside the hole and on the screw itself. So it appeared as though it had been pulled out of the mounting bracket on the wall.
Publishing 45. I want to zoom in if I could. Are you seeing that screw?
Yes, I do. It's right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified, well, he says it's a screw, but it's a black object kind of between what appears to be a step stool and the refrigerator in States 45. So, when you looked at the garage and the house, was it fairly well organized and kept together?
Yes, it was. It's better than the garage is neater than my own. I have two boys home from college, so there's an excuse, but it's pretty straight.
And I understand there's a lot of things, so for example, like when you look at 48, there appear to be a lot of things on the ground, right? Mr. Miller, hats, ski masks, leads, things like that. But is the rest of the garage in this sort of condition?
Yes. Oh, no, I mean, the rest of the garage is pretty neat. They have storage racks and things are out of the way.
Okay. And so this appears to be the only item that's on the ground in that area.
Yes.
Is that why you had it photographed?
Yes.
When you start to listen to listen to the defendant's first interview, or maybe you got briefed by Detective Mogg, does the fire extinguisher get brought up?
Yes, by Detective Mogg when he came back to the scene and briefed us on the statement.
Okay. Does the defendant discuss in interview number 1 the fire extinguisher?
Yes, he does.
And what does he say about the fire extinguisher?
He said that after he shot Mr. Miller several times and he went to the floor of the garage, that he started to go back into the house and look, and then he heard a loud noise, which prompted him then to shoot Mr. Miller once or twice more, and that he later realized that it was the fire extinguisher that had fallen from the refrigerator.
Did you take any steps to look to see on the top of the fridge? Did you look in that area?
Yes, I did. There was a crock pot, as I remember, and there was a oscillating fan that was on the crock pot. There was a container of sidewalk chalk that was there, and then there was kind of a clear area on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
Publishing states 60. Are you seeing those things that you just described?
Yes, I am.
Did you see any dust ring, kind of
consistent with a cylinder, as if in the ring of the bottom of the fire extinguisher, anywhere on the top of that refrigerator?
No, I did not.
Did you take any steps to bang into the refrigerator to see if the fire extinguisher would fall?
Yes, I did much later, though.
Okay. What did you do?
After we were done photographing everything,
Judge, I object. Just for the record, I previously made an objection as to this point, and just that it's not scientific, that it's not videotaped, and so at this point, we would object to this type of experiment being done.
Well, he can testify to what he did. This jury can make their own determination as to the credibility of what it is.
All right. So what did you do?
after everything had been photographed in place so that we had it documented, and I documented it in my report, I placed the fire extinguisher up on the open area on the northeast corner of the refrigerators. You're looking at it right about in this area.
And let the record reflect the witness has kind of identified an area in front of what appears to be kind of a plastic tub of chalk that you would use for outside.
Correct. That was really kind of the only really open area. I placed it there, and then I shouldered the refrigerator. I kept banging into it to see if I could get movement out of this, full fire extinguisher on top of the refrigerator. And it took up until the point of actually moving the refrigerator with such force to finally get the fire extinguisher to move as if it was going to topple, although it didn't.
During interview number 1, does the defendant ever offer any explanation as to why that strap was in the garage?
No.
During interview number 2, does the defendant offer any explanation as to why the strap is on the ground?
No.
I want to talk about interview number 1. You obviously had an opportunity to review it for yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the defendant offer an explanation as to what hand the gun is in, Mr. Does the defendant explain at some point seeing Mr. Miller holding a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Which hand does he say he's holding the gun in?
In his right hand.
When you review interview 2, is that what the defendant says?
No.
What does he say in interview number 2?
That he's messing around in his waistband, and that he might seen a portion of it, but he doesn't say that he had the gun in his hand.
At some point, does he say he's holding his hand up and it's possibly his left hand?
I don't recall.
Okay. During interview number 1, does the defendant ever say that when he first opens the door, he sees Mr. Miller kind of standing ready to shoot him the minute he walks in the door?
No.
I want to talk about that, the door that leads to the garage. What does the defendant say at any point in that interview propping the door open?
In the first interview, yes.
When does the defendant tell your fellow detectives that he propped the door open?
After shooting Michael Miller, he propped the door open so that he could keep an eye on him laying on the floor in the garage.
Okay, so he doesn't say when he first enters the house he props the door open. It's after he has shot Mr. Miller.
Page number, counsel.
I don't remember offhand. I'd have to look, so, sorry, I don't have it off the page number off the top of my head. Just court's indulgence for 1 second. Okay, so, during the walkthrough, does that change?
Yes.
Okay, what does the defendant say 1 week later?
He started to prop the door open, and Detective Mogg told him the door was closed. And I'm sure based on the first interview. And Mr. Randolph objected and said, no, it was open. and then he continues in the walkthrough video to fold the carpet over and prop the door open.
I want to ask you about that door. Does that door kind of close on its own?
Yes, it does.
From your observations, it kind of shuts on its own.
Yes, it does.
Detective, from looking at that hallway and understanding what the defendant said occurred in that hallway, would the door be closed be significant in terms of the location of things like cartridge cases or bullets?
Yes.
Why?
Because if Mr. Miller was running towards a closed door and Mr. Randolph is shooting him repeatedly, and we know that some of those rounds were perforating gunshot wounds where there was an exit and bullets were coming out, you would see impacts on the door potentially. You would see blood potentially on the door, potentially bone fragments, tissue. You would see evidence of that door being closed as he ran towards the closed door.
I want to ask you about the garage light. At some point in interview number 1, does the defendant talk about the garage light going off?
Yes.
What does he say in relation to that?
He said that he loosely quoting that he nearly pissed himself when the light went out. He was out in the garage at that point in time looking for the gun that Mr. Miller had when the light went out.
Okay, so this is, just for context, this is he's on the phone with 911, suggests the gun, and he's kind of given instructions, well, maybe go find the gun. And he's saying in that process, that's when the light goes off.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you have a chance? So here's the thing. So he said it was, how dark did he say? Does he explain how dark it is, or he just says he's scared because the lights all go off?
He said it was dark in there, and that to the point where he had to take an exaggerated or a giant step because he was stepping over Mike Miller's body and to avoid stepping on Mr. Miller or stepping in anything that he couldn't see.
Okay, so I want to ask you this. Did you have an opportunity to stand inside that garage with the door closed and the light off?
No, I didn't do that.
Didn't do that. Did you have an opportunity to stand in that garage with the door open with the garage light going off?
Yes.
What was the condition of the lightings with the door open?
Well, with the door propped open, you had all of the light washing in from the light being on in the hallway, so you could still see fairly clearly. I mean, there's darker portions deeper into the garage, but in the area of the door, you could see quite clearly.
So in the area around Mr. Miller, was it pitch dark?
No.
So with the door open, it wouldn't have been pitch dark even though the garage light went off?
It would not.
And you observed this because you experienced it?
I did, as I was in the process of timing how long it took the light to go off each time. I timed it 3 times.
Yeah. So, counsel, for the record, your question, it's on page 35. Middle of page 35.
Light.
Not the light. You had a question about him propping the door open so he could see Mr. Miller. That is in first statement. It's on page 35 in the middle of the page. You mentioned timing on the garage light. Do you time the garage light?
I did.
How long does it take the light to go off?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay. How many times did you test this?
I tested it 3 times.
Why did you test this, detective?
Because I wanted to see the consistency of the timing on the light to determine that it was consistent by going 3 times. The 3rd time I was literally 3, 2, 1, boom, the light went out. So that told me some things about the timing of when Mr. Randolph could have been in the garage on the 911 call.
And we are going to get to that. Just give me a second. Let me just take a look at something, sir. Give me a minute. That kind of segues into, segueing into that. The timing of the shots. As you interviewed people, collected video surveillance, looked at the scene, did you start to become concerned about the defendant's explanation as to when these shots happened?
Yes.
Okay. So when does the defendant call 911?
The call to 911 came in at 20:44:54, so 8:44 and 54 seconds, 6 seconds before 8:45 p.m.
Okay. Do you get it when you listen to interview number 1? Do you get an understanding of does the defendant kind of explain kind of what he's doing on that night, like going to dinner and where he goes after that and where he goes after that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so where is the hotel that he has dinner at?
It's at the Santa Fe Hotel Casino, which is just right around the corner from Mr. Randolph's house.
All right. All right. Did you recover video surveillance from the Santa Fe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right, Detective, we're going to come back to that because I just inadvertently didn't burn it onto a CD. But approximately, the timing of that is around, I don't know, he's exiting around what time?
Around 8:20.
Okay. So
Coming out
8:20
valet on the east side of the casino.
Okay, around 8:20 p.m. Where is the next place in interview number 1 does the defendant say he travels to?
He went to the Funnies gas station right across the street from where the Santa Fe is, 4747 North Rancho.
All right, and I'm going to publish, if I can find it, of course I moved it. Court's indulgence. Here it is. Publishing exhibit, can we switch back over? Publishing 310. I'm sorry? I'll hit it one more time. It's flashing red.
That can't be right.
Now it's flashing blue.
Is the overhead on?
Well, the mouse, like the mouse and the cursor
Yeah.
are, and now we're back to flashing red. I'm sorry? Okay. Well, let's close out of this. Yeah, my laptop's not connected to it anymore. Well, we'll do it this. We'll do it the old-fashioned way for right now. Publishing 310. That's what you're looking at there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are we looking at there?
You're seeing, it looks like it was probably on here, says Google, but a Google map depiction of the travel from Funnies gas station to the Randolph residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can. Is there, I mean, we really do need to, I don't know that I can.
Hey, Chris, have him hit the home button up there.
Which home button?
Home.
So the home button, so we can't see the
The
home
one,
button.
the one that looks like a little house.
How many lawyers does it take to do an overhead projector?
Turn it off and turn it on again.
More than, all right. We got that. Okay. let's see. Which,
Picture,
it's a miracle.
Counselor?
Ah, yes, and I was like, where's the photograph? It's not. Thank you. All right, publishing finally states 310. So, can you just take your, where's Funnies?
Funny's right here, 4747 Rancho.
All right, so let the record reflect the witnesses identified at the bottom center of the screen, kind of, where there's some words that say Funnies. And then diagonally to the left in that photograph, what's that big structure?
That's the Santa Fe Hotel and Casino, where the charcoal room is located as well.
And do you see 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
I do,
All right, can you just put your cursor over by it?
right there.
All right, let the record reflect in the upper center right portion, there's a kind of a red dot indicating 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. Detective, did you ever drive this route?
Detective Mogg did, well, I'm sure that I did, but Detective Mogg did for the purpose of timing it.
Okay. And at least from what was reported back to you, it took about approximately how long?
3 minutes.
All right, and then on this Google Maps, it's indicating 4 minutes?
I've looked it up, it said 4 minutes, yes.
All right. When you reviewed the Funnies gas station, what time did you see the defendant leave in his vehicle the Funnies gas station?
At 8:26:10, or 20:26:10 is what it said, so.
So they're essentially walking on foot at 8:20 here, and they're eventually leaving this gas station 6 minutes later, and your estimates are 3 or 4 minutes to get to this location.
Correct.
During the defendant's interview, number one, does he explain that he deviates in any way in terms of, or did he just go straight from Funnies home?
Straight from Funny's home.
All right. So if you add 3 or 4 minutes to 8:26, what time range are we getting?
8:30 and some change.
I want to talk about Mark Bartlett.
Yes.
Right, that was someone who was interviewed by your fellow detectives, correct?
Yes, by Detective Long within an hour of our arrival.
He was a witness who indicated he heard gunshots, is that correct?
Yes.
And aside from what his phone record said, generally, what was he saying around the time that he thought he heard the shots?
Judge, objection, it's hearsay. And the man is testifying in here, he's being cross-examined, so for him to start saying what Mr. Bartlett said, the jury heard what Mr. Bartlett had to say. We object to this.
We'll do it this way. Did Mr. Bartlett relay a time frame in which he heard the phone calls?
Yes, he did.
Or the gunshots, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did that prompt you to go and get phone records?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you review those phone records?
Yes.
What was the time that he had the phone call with his friend?
At 20:33:36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds.
After hearing what Mr. Bartlett said was the general time frame in which he heard the calls, and you reviewed the phone records, did you have any concerns at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What time was that 911 call?
At 8:44:54.
Okay. Now, does the defendant, during his interview, explain after he pulls the car into the garage, whether he opens or closes the garage?
Yes.
What does he say he does once pulling the car in?
He said he closed the garage.
Okay, and just to be clear, during this interview, he's not hearing any shots yet, right?
Correct.
So the defendant's not hearing any shots at this point, correct?
Not in that first interview.
Not in the first interview. He says he closes the garage, right?
Yes.
What is the timing for it to take that garage to automatically shut off, based off of your testing it?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
So if you arrived home at 8:30, what time would the garage, and you shut the garage, what time would the light go off?
8:35 and 8 seconds, if it was precise.
If you arrived at 8:33, and then you shut the garage at 8:33, what time would the garage go out?
8:38.
What time is the 911 call?
At 8:44:54.
Okay, so not at 8:38,
Correct.
and not at 8:35.
No.
Okay. And when you listen to the 911 call, is there a portion of the call where the defendant tells the fire department, oh, I'm going to go look for the gun now?
Yes, he suggests go to look for the gun, and then the paramedic says go and look for it, to be careful.
How much later into the phone call, at 8:44:54, does he do that?
Approximately 5 minutes into the phone call,
Okay.
as I recall.
Okay. Could it possibly be 3 minutes?
It's possible. I'd have
But
to
it's a
review.
couple minutes after this call starts.
Correct.
So just to be clear, it takes 5 minutes for the garage light to go off.
Correct.
And the phone records from Mr. Bartlett are indicating 8:33.
Correct.
When you reviewed all of this information, did this collectively give you concerns about the timing?
Yes, it did.
I would like to talk about that 911 call, if we could. Folks, indulgence, just shut things down before the. Publishing 324. You had an opportunity to review this 911 call, correct?
Yes, I have, many times.
May 8th.
I'm going to be playing, I'm going to ask some questions about some of the statements in the call at this time, but I'm going to begin by playing state 324.
2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 840.
My wife's been shot and there's a guy in my house and I shot him heavy.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
I hope he's dead.
Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Okay. Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I was going to move her over and start doing this. She's been on some. I don't know what to do exactly.
Okay. And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me up and ran on out. I know he stripped me off. He tried to rip me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know if I
Go back.
His name is?
Mike, I don't know if I
I'm going to stop right there. In that call, the defendant says, Mike, I don't know his last name. You had an opportunity to interview the defendant, correct?
Yes,
In interview number 2.
correct.
You also had a chance to listen to interview number 1.
Yes,
Did you also have an opportunity to review phone records of the defendant
yes,
and the level of interaction that he had with Mr. Miller via phone calls?
yes.
Okay. At any point, any of the interviews, did the defendant struggle with knowing Mr. Miller's last name?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he, aside from that phone call, does he tell detectives he doesn't know Miller's last name?
He said Milner
Okay.
or Miller.
Okay. How long from those interviews, how many months did he say he knew this guy for?
Approximately 5 months.
Okay. Did he indicate that he had this guy over for social gatherings?
Yes,
Okay. When you heard this, was this of a concern to you?
yes,
Resuming play.
Does he watch Black Hispanic?
Black people.
How old is he now?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah,
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
he's in the garage.
Okay. I'm gonna conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference. His wife is shot in the head. He needs medical attention.
Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. It's going to try bouncing around CPR. Okay, put her flat on her back. I shot him.
I want to pause it there. At this point in time, is the fire department instructing him to lay her down to potentially perform CPR?
Yes, he was, right away.
Does the defendant perform CPR at that moment?
Judge, I would object to this. This is cumulative. We've gone through this. We had a 911 operator on there. We've heard this from 911. And the jury can make their own determination. I don't know what the relevance of this is.
Well, then I'll rephrase the question. When you listen to this call, and I'm going to play it in a minute, but are there points in time where the fire department makes a recommendation to the defendant to perform CPR on his wife?
Yes,
When the first recommendation is made, does the defendant perform CPR at that point?
no,
What was that of concern to you?
yes,
Okay. Is there a second recommendation to perform CPR?
yes, there's multiple.
Okay. With these recommendations, does the defendant elect to do that the first or the second time?
No,
Okay. Was that concerning to you when you're listening to this call?
yes, it was.
Why?
Because the purpose for calling 911 and conferencing to medical is to get assistance for his wife.
During the interviews, and before we get to playing it, but during the interview, does, in interview number 1 and interview number 2, does the defendant indicate an ability to hear an initial gunshot or hearing no initial gunshot?
He said he didn't hear the shots.
Does the defendant offer you offer either you, or Detective Mogg, or Detective Hardy an explanation as to why he can't hear any initial shot?
Yes.
Okay, what does he say is the reason?
He said he had difficulty in hearing in the first place, and that when he had pulled into the garage, he had the radio on in the Hyundai Tucson at a loud volume because of his hearing impairment, and Sharon had gone into the house, and that he did not hear a gunshot.
When you listen to the 911 call, does the defendant indicate to 911 that he actually heard the shot?
Yes.
Was
Objection. He said shots. Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
to play that call in its entirety. We'll do the first main chunk of it, not all that silence at the end. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
That's fine.
All right, so let's just scroll back.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 880.
My wife's been shot, and there's a guy in my house that I shot him.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
I hope she's dead.
Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's like in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Okay. Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I was gonna move her over and start doing this. She's been on, so I don't know what to do exactly.
Okay. And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me by and ran on out. I know it. He's ripped me off. He's trying to rip me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know if I can.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
Black, he's black.
How old is he about?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah,
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
he's in the garage.
Okay. I'm gonna conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference. His wife was shot in the head. He needs medical advice.
Sir? Yeah. Is he awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. It's going to try not CPR. Okay, Twitter. The other guy on your back. I shot him. He's, wait a minute. How many people are shot? There's two. There's two. The guy that ran it out and her. Okay, where's the other guy? Where's the guy you shot? He's in the garage. He was running out the garage as I was getting out. And I was coming in. Okay. Is he dead or what is he? I don't know. Okay. I just shot him a bunch of times as he had a gun and... Okay, let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her. I hope this is dead. Should I try to find his gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead? Metro?
Absolutely. Did you make sure that he left or you're not sure if he's still in the garage?
He's in the garage, I can see, but I mean... Is he moving? No. Go get a gun. Go get a gun quickly. Are you alone? Yes. Okay, be careful, but get the gun. Be careful, but get that gun away from him. Is he alone? Yes, a little farther. No, I just heard shot. Okay, be careful. I'm gonna put this thing down with my gun. He don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from you? Yeah. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on her back. I'm gonna lock the garage so he can't get in. Okay. Sir, you gotta do this quickly. Okay. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. All right. I'm gonna help you, but I need you to listen to me. I'm trying to help her. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Can you listen? Sir? Oh, God. Sharon, oh, fuck. What's your status, my son?
We're the nurse until the middle of the number 3131.
Sharon? Sir, can you hear me? Oh, God. Sir? Oh, God. can't roll it for her. That package, she's just got to go everywhere. She's got what everywhere? Blood and string stuff everywhere. You can't move her? I can't get her to roll. Can we try again? We gotta try to do CPR. I need you to try. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, she don't have a pulse. Okay, we need to start doing CPR. Did you get her on her back? Yeah, sort of. Okay, get her flat on her back. I want you to tilt her head back, okay? Okay, hang on. Did you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. Okay, tilt your head back. Listen, okay? We're just going to do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples. Like the kitchen glass, right? You're right. Just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should go open the garage door, shouldn't I? No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this. Okay. Metro, tell your units to go in any way they can. We gotta continue to do this. Let him know the goodness security says. Sir? You gotta count as you're doing it. Count. Sir, you gotta count.
Sir, get ready to open the door.
Sir? 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 Sir, can you hear me? Go open the front door. Go open the front door quickly.
Can you open the door, sir?
Yeah, he's on.
All right. So, that very end part. Which door did the dispatcher tell Mr. Randolph to open?
The front door?
And not the garage door.
No.
So, going back to the beginning, do you remember near the beginning, maybe about 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, the fire department saying you need to focus on your wife to do CPR and him offering to go locate the gun near Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall about 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call, once again asking him to do CPR and the defendant saying, I'm going to go lock the garage now?
Yes.
You remember the fire department kind of responding, look, we've got to do this quickly?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately 6 minutes into the call, as the fire department starts to give him instructions about putting his hand on the breastbone to do compressions, the defendant offers to leave her again to open the door?
Yes.
Do you remember the fire department saying no, that he needs to stay with his wife?
That we need to keep doing this, yes.
Did those 3 intervals cause you concern?
Yes.
Why?
Because Sharon Randolph wasn't being helped. It's over 6 minutes into the call before he starts the chest compressions.
Do you recall the portion approximately 2 minutes and 58 seconds into the call where the defendant says, I heard the shot?
Yes.
Okay, we've addressed why that was a concern to you.
I heard shot. I don't hear distinctly the word the.
Okay.
But it's in context of, is he alone, meaning Mr. Miller?
Based off of your being present for the interviews and listening to interview number 1, is that different than what he's saying on the 911 call?
Yes. And now having listened to, I need to interject, having listened to the call again, you had asked a question earlier about his referencing a mask.
Pending before
There
Detective
was no
O'Connor.
question pending, that was correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's okay. You had just mentioned, just real briefly, that there was something that you wanted to add. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you want to add?
You'd asked a question if he had referenced in the 911 call the ski mask, and there is no mention of the ski mask throughout the 911 call.
Okay. Do you recall around 3 minutes into the call, around 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the defendant going to retrieve the gun,
Yes.
or saying he's going to retrieve the gun? Now, how long does he put down the phone for before he comes back?
Approximately 25 seconds.
Do you hear any conversation between the defendant and the 911 dispatch or the fire department during that 30-second interval?
No.
Now, do you recall that happening around 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
Approximately.
Okay, so that time of retrieving the gun is the time where he said the light went off in the garage, correct?
Yes.
But that's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call.
Correct.
If he had started the call at the very moment that he closed the garage door, does the garage door still have another minute and 28 seconds before it's supposed to auto shut?
Speculation.
Well, let's just do the math. If the call starts at 8:45, 8:44:54, if 3 minutes and 40 seconds elapsed, can you do the math on that? Well, let's just make it easier. That portion, that finding then happens at 3:40, right?
Yes.
Is 3 minutes and 40 seconds less than 5 minutes and 8 seconds?
Yes, it is.
How much time does it take from your testing of the garage for the light to shut off?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
And his looking for that gun in that garage is happening at 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call,
Yes.
not 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Correct.
Does the defendant make any remark of, oh, the light just went off, anything like that when he came back onto the phone?
No.
I'd like to talk about the Santa Fe. I finally have a copy of that, so I'd like to. Oh, yes, I apologize. Sorry, counsel. We have this marked.
Is this 331? 332?
This time the state requests permission to admit state proposed 332. I don't believe there's any objection.
No objection.
Okay, 332 will be admitted without objection.
Publishing 332. I'm going to publish, open video Santa Fe exterior charcoal room. Playing Santa Fe exterior charcoal room.mp4. Detective, if you could, what is the date that you see below here?
May 8th of 2008.
And what is the time frame on this?
It's 7:24 p.m.
Do you recall approximately where, if at any point in time they're seen walking in this video?
Yes.
Okay, around what time?
I don't. It's been a long time since I reviewed it. I'll be able to tell you.
Understood.
I know Sharon comes out first, and then Mr. Randolph comes out afterwards.
recall roughly where they are in this video?
This would be the entrance that's on the northeast area of the Santa Fe. And then when you walk in from the outside, walking kind of southeasterly direction into the casino. So behind the camera this way are the doors leading into the casino itself.
The judge will get timed out. I think the network kicked us off.
I think you're accurate.
I'll try to reload.
That's Mr. Randolph.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is identified using Mr. Randolph, 1927 in this video. He is the figure that is standing just to the left of the slot machine in this frame. And the timestamp, at least at the bottom, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The timestamp on like the clock for the camera is 19:27:31. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to play the other videos from this period.
Your Honor, if they're not going to play that, then I'd move to strike his testimony, because what Detective O'Kelly said is, he said that Sharon came out first and then Mr. Randolph, and all we saw was Mr. Randolph, so I'd ask to strike the testimony unless it's there.
Okay. I'm going to publish the exterior cameras. I don't know if this testimony with respect to the interior of the photo, in the interior? Or
His
is it
testimony was, you see Sharon Randolph first, and then you see Thomas Randolph. So you need to play the portion of the video that shows that.
Well, did you see Mrs. Randolph earlier in the?
I did. I didn't make comment, but I did move
Okay.
the cursor up onto where she was
Well,
at.
let's play it again.
So you had already seen her in that video?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
Okay.
let's.
She walks over. She's walking towards what's now called Letitia's restaurant, but it was called Cabo back then. which is consistent with what Mr. Randolph told.
So if you could, take your mouse and show us the general area where we should be looking.
You see her come out here, and then she walks, and then goes
So
that
start
direction.
from the beginning and you,
She's carrying her purse in her right hand.
okay, you tell us when you see it.
That's her.
All right, I'd like to stop at 1924-51. If you could show us, let the record reflect the witness has identified the female who's just above, well, she's walking the distance, but it's almost like she's just above the big hanging chandelier light, and she appears to be the only person standing on the left-hand side of the photograph. I will be publishing exterior. We're going to publish, the file name will be CAM 408-08-08-20-19. Detective, you let me know when you see Mr. Randolph, or Mrs. Randolph.
That's them.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified, Mr. Randolph and Ms. Randolph, 20 minutes, 19, and 17 seconds. Now we're going to play CAM 486-0508-08-2019. You just let me know when you observe them.
That's them.
Can you take your mouse and show us where? Let the record reflect the witnesses identified two individuals walking across the street in front of a silver sedan that has its lights on at 2019-37. Now we're playing CAM 487-08-08-08-2019. Okay, let the record reflect, the witnesses identifying seeing that 2019 32. Could you, oh, you have your cursor there. Let the record reflect the witnesses identified 2 people walking from the left of the screen towards the middle. I want to turn your attention to the following day, May 9th, 2018. Should I just hit this blue button to get it to go back? There we go. All right, great, perfect. So, I know that in the early morning hours there's that interview number 1, but later in the day, where do you go to on the very next day? Do you attend something?
Yes, I attended autopsy.
All right. You were present for the entire procedure, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Detective, when bodies are brought into the medical examiner's office, is there some circumstances, or maybe in every circumstance, where their personal effects that are on their person when they make it to the medical examiner's office are collected?
Yes.
Okay. Was that done for Ms. Randolph? Was that also done for Mr. Miller?
That's correct, with the crime scene analyst there with us.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as exhibits 187, 188, 189. What are we looking at there?
187 is Sharon Randolph's blouse and undergarments and her blue jeans.
Okay. 188.
188 is a photograph's more centered on her bra and panties, but you can see the blouse and the jeans. It looks like the shirt may have been turned over.
Okay. And I believe this is just numbering wise 189.
189 is the jewelry that Sharon Randolph still had, that she was still wearing at the time.
Okay. Publishing 187. 188. 189. This time I'd like to also approach with what's been marked as 194 to what I believe is 213. Take a look at all of these and let me know if you recognize what you're looking at. They've been admitted into evidence already, detective.
Yes, I do recognize them.
Are these the personal effects, at least the things that were on Mr. Miller's person at the time he was transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Publishing 194, is this an overall of all of these items?
Yes.
Why are there some items kind of piled up on one leg of the pant and then other items piled up on the other leg?
Most of the crime scene analysts are going to utilize that area of the clothing, and you'll see the little placards that they made saying which pocket the contents came out of.
Okay. Publishing 195, that's a little bit of a close-up of those jeans, is that right?
Yes.
Publishing 196. Is that a close-up of the left front jeans pockets and its contents?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 197. 198. 199. Are these some of the papers that were in his pockets?
Yes.
Publishing 200. What are we looking at here?
His wallet that was found in his left rear pocket.
Publishing 201. Are these the items that were within his wallet?
Yes.
Publishing 202. Is that his sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 203. Is that just another angle of the sweatshirt?
Yes, with defects marked.
Publishing 204. Is this a reverse angle of that sweatshirt?
Yes, it's on the back side.
Publishing 205. What are we looking at there?
It's a Henley T-shirt that Mr. Miller had underneath the sweatshirt.
Publishing 206 and 207. What are we looking at here?
It's that same Henley T-shirt with the defects marked with arrows.
Publishing 208. Does that just kind of zoom in on the collar of that shirt?
Yes, to show the size and who made the shirt.
Publishing 209 and 210. What are we looking at here?
These are the polyester cotton gloves that Mr. Miller was wearing at the scene.
Publishing 211 and 212. What are we looking at here?
Those are the size 9D boots that Mr. Miller was wearing.
And lastly, I want to show you 213. What are we looking at there?
These are for doing an EKG that medical had placed on Mr. Miller.
When you went to autopsy, did you learn about the trajectory, according to the medical examiner, about the trajectory of the bullets?
Yes.
After learning that information and seeing kind of the nature of the injuries, did you have a concern about what Mr. Randolph had relayed to you in terms of how things unfolded?
Judge, I object. We've heard a medical examiner who was an expert. They even tried to put in their cartoon, or they put in that cartoon through her. I do not know why this detective is qualified to make any kind of arguments about trajectory, having heard from the medical examiner.
And that misstates my question. I simply asked if he had a concern. He's a lead detective, and he's allowed to comment on the state of the evidence in his investigation.
Well, you can ask him what, based on that, if he knew something else in his investigation and why he did that.
Understood. So, do you make a decision to do something about a week later with Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Okay. Is it predicated, is it in part based off of what you've learned at the scene, learned from the interview, learned from the 911 call, and learned from the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do 1 week later?
Actually, the day before, we had decided that it would be a good idea if Mr. Randolph were be willing to demonstrate at the scene what happened, what we call a walkthrough. We've done this before with officer-involved shootings, where we can put the officer back in that situation contextually so that they can get a clearer idea of what happened during the shooting. So we had the idea to do that, and Detective Mogg contacted Mr. Randolph on the 14th, and he agreed to do the walkthrough with us. So we met him the following day at the residence.
There was something else before we move on. You mentioned how much change did Mr. Miller have on his person?
It was $4 and some change. I don't remember a specific amount.
And I just can't remember if I asked you this, but in the second interview on June 3rd, does the defendant say Mr. Miller gave him anything prior on the day of before he left to go to dinner with Sharon?
That he had paid him back $100.
Okay, did you find $100 on Mr. Miller at all?
No.
All right, so, so you were kind of mentioning a little bit, so why did you want to do this with Mr. Randolph? Like, what's the purpose of this?
Judge, we've just heard that.
Okay.
He asked the reason why, what are you gonna do next week, and was that based on all these different things, and he said yes, and Detective Mogg set it up, so now he's asking the same question again, it's ask and answer.
Well, I mean, I'll rephrase. I mean, let me ask you this: is this a tactic you use or a technique that you use to entrap people, or what's? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, is it for just normal citizens? Is it for only suspects? Like, why walkthroughs?
Because it can give us clarity. Again, putting it in the context of an officer-involved shooting. We'd sit down and do an interview at the homicide office with an officer involved in the shooting, and you may have, what we call cognitive dissonance, where they get things out of order, or they have auditory exclusion, where they don't hear certain things like the gunshots, or you get tunnel vision like you hear described. And normally you can see those things in an interview. So we ask the officer then to come back again, contextually to the scene, and once they're there, you'll oftentimes see those holes filled, or you'll see them put things in order, because now they realize, hey, you were standing over here, or I heard you say that, I heard this officer say this, now that they're back there. Because of the inconsistencies that we saw at the scene at the Randolph's house, things that to me didn't make sense, we saw an opportunity maybe for Mr. Randolph to come back and in doing the walkthrough have some of those things explained, that it would give clarity in our investigation. Maybe he would come back and we'd get a complete understanding of what happened.
Okay. So, because in theory, I mean, he could have said, just recalled to me, this is what really happened versus something else, correct?
Certainly.
Okay, but when the walkthrough happens, is the events that he's saying in terms of like the location of where he starts shooting, does that remain the same?
Yes.
During the course of this interview or investigation, did you interview approximately 60 different people?
Yes, there's about 30 transcribed statements in the case file, and we talked to at least double that, yes.
Okay. And just answer the question, kind of yes or no. You did do some traveling, just yes or no. You did do some traveling to interview some people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This included family and friends of Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Did it also include family members and friends of Michael Miller?
Yes.
When you start to interview these people, do you start to develop a picture about the relationship between Tom and Sharon?
Yes.
When you interview these people, do you start to get an understanding of the relationship between Michael and Tom?
Yes.
Focusing on Michael for a second, at certain points, and it may be in the second interview, I just don't remember exactly, but is there a point where the defendant suggests that Mr. Miller might have some outstanding warrants, something of that nature?
Yes.
Did you look up to see if Mr. Miller had any outstanding warrants?
Objection calls for hearsay. Calls for hearsay. Any outstanding warrants calls for hearsay.
Well, I think the question was, did you look that up? You can answer that yes or no, if you looked it up.
Okay, did you look it up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything to corroborate what the...
Objection, hearsay.
Can I approach on this?
Yes.
find any active warrants?
No, we did not.
Okay. Let's talk about, one of the things you mentioned, you kind of started to get a sense of the nature of the relationship between Sharon and the defendant. Eventually, do you come into possession during your investigation a will that was produced in June of 2006?
Yes, June 6th.
Specifically Sharon's will?
Yes.
Essentially, is the bulk of everything left to the defendant in that will?
Yes, and executor of the estate.
Okay. Is there a second will that comes to your attention that's kind of dated January of 2007?
Yes.
Is that estate of Sharon being left to Colleen and not the defendant?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, let's talk about life insurance for a little bit. Do you and your fellow detectives start conducting research on whether there are any life insurance policies in which Sharon's life is insured and the defendant is a beneficiary of those life insurance policies?
Yes.
Okay. This time we're asking permission to publish 328, which has been admitted.
328 has not been admitted.
Oh, I apologize. Any objections to? Okay.
No.
We're asking that stage proposed 328.
328 will be admitted without objection?
Okay, and we did do 332, correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
I also have 331. We'll do this a little bit later, but it's the June 3rd interview. So we're going to be requesting that be admitted as well.
Any objection to 331?
Just what was previously argued, but otherwise, no.
Based on that, 331 will be admitted. Ms. Shari, is this 328?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. So, do you come into possession of a life insurance policy from Protective Life, formerly known as Chase Life Insurance?
I don't know that we got a copy of the policy, but yes, we did become aware of the insurance policy.
Well, let's just take a look at this for a second here. Oh, sorry. Okay. If we're showing you page 4 here, let me zoom in. Who is the insured on this policy? Can you read that? Up
Yes,
here.
Sharon Cause. It's Sharon Cause. It's her maiden name. Excuse me.
I'd like to turn your attention to under number 2. What is the face specified amount?
$200,000.
I want to go to section 3, beneficiary information. Who is the beneficiary of this policy?
Tom W. Randolph.
How much of the proceeds?
100%.
During the course of your investigation, did Sharon have any children?
Yes.
How many children did she have?
Colleen was her daughter.
Okay. Did she have any grandchildren?
Yes.
How many?
I believe 2.
Okay. What is the date of the signature on this application?
January 30th of 06.
Okay. And based on your investigation, it's your understanding they were legally married in 2007?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to page 10 of this particular file. What does this portion of the document appear to be?
Which showing, it's a claimant statement showing Sharon Cause Randolph as deceased.
Okay, so it's an application to receive the proceeds, correct?
Correct.
What is the date on here?
July 11th of 2008.
I want to turn attention to the Prudential life insurance policy. Opening that file. If you could, in the upper right-hand corner, could you please read what this says up here?
Application for life insurance or policy change.
Okay. Who's the name of the primary proposed insured?
Sharon Cause.
All right. Turning to page 3 of this document. What type of policy is it?
It's a term essential 20,
And what's the amount of insurance?
100,000.
Okay. Who is the beneficiary?
Thomas W. Randolph, Jr.
And again, how does Mr. Randolph characterize his relationship?
As a domestic partner.
So it doesn't indicate husband.
Correct.
Judge, just for clarification, this is the application?
Yes.
Judge, then I would say that it's not Mr. Randolph who clarified himself that way, it's Miss Randolph who clarified it, or Miss,
Well, no.
How does the application characterize it? I think
Sure.
is the best way to form the question,
I
because
think
we don't know who wrote that.
That was going to be exactly my question. I mean, we don't know who technically typed all this information out, correct?
No, we don't.
Okay. And just to be clear, what's the date on this signature?
February 16th, 2006,
And what city and state is that signed at?
in Ogden, Utah.
Right here, could you please read where she signs her name on page 12? Oh, it's frozen again. It's tricky bandwidth. Okay. What was that last thing not shown? I've been focusing on my screen, I apologize. Okay. Showing you page 12 of 51. What is the date of Sharon Cause's signature here?
January 16th of 2006, excuse me.
Going to page 27. Section 2 states what? You can read it. Can you see what that says?
It says claimant information. This section is to be completed by the individual claiming death benefits.
So who is the person claiming?
Thomas W. Randolph, Jr.
Care of whom?
of Dorothy Randolph, his mother, at 260 South 700 East, Clearfield, Utah, 84015.
And this policy number matches the policy number on the application?
Yes.
What is the date of Mr. Randolph's signature here on page 28?
June 19th, 2008.
Opening the Stonebridge life insurance policy. Going to page 11. If you could read, what does it say right here in the middle?
It says proof of accidental death, affidavit of claimant.
Okay. Who is the signature?
Thomas Randolph, Jr.,
Care of whom?
Dorothy Randolph, his mother.
What is the date of this applicant claimant?
June 11th, 2008.
Who is the beneficiary under this claimant form?
Thomas William Randolph, Jr.
Okay. Just to be clear, during the course of your investigation, do you speak, or does your partner speak with someone at Stonebridge Life Insurance?
Yes.
And do you learn that this particular policy was an amount of $10,000?
Yes.
Additionally, based on your investigation, either you or Detective Wilson, do you reach out to, or do you speak or communicate with a Boston Mutual Insurance Company?
Yes, Detective Wilson did.
Do you learn that Sharon has a life insurance policy in the amount of $22,000?
Correct.
Okay, and that came through her work?
Yes,
And it was kind of paid, kind of garnished regularly out of her wages, is that correct?
that's my understanding.
Okay. In total, was there $232,000 in life insurance?
That we were able to find. There's no central repository to be able to find all of that.
First of all, I think you got your number wrong. Is it wrong? Yeah. You said 230. It's 332.
Sorry, thank you. I apologize. 332.
I thought you said
I'm a lawyer, I'm not
332.
very good at math, so it's $332,000.
Yes, that's what I thought you said.
And just to be clear, in your officer's report, I think you said it was $323,000.
Yeah, I transposed the numbers. It's my bad.
Okay. I think at this time, we want to turn our attention to the June 3rd interview. You participated in that interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Randolph wasn't in custody at the time, is that correct?
He was not.
He was free to leave at any point?
Yes.
Was he in handcuffs or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before you play that, it's my understanding this interview is a little lengthy. We're gonna take a recess
Okay.
before you start playing that interview.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our afternoon recess. During this recess, we must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, use, or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or its client submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:25. We'll be in recess till 3:40.
All rise for the jury.
seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present.
Okay, you are back on the record in C-250966, State Defendant versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present with his attorney, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
You guys stipulate to the jury on hands?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right, State, you may resume questioning. Detective Kelly, I just remind you to fill out the oath.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So Detective O'Kelly, Detective O'Kelly, you had mentioned that you conducted an interview with the defendant on June 3rd of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Who was present with you in the interview?
Myself and Detective Mogg.
All right. I am publishing what has been marked as exhibits who've been admitted as State 331. For the record, we started playing around, I don't know, 1340 in terms of the time counter at the bottom.
Those just what stuff is. Oh, yeah, he'll be able to tell you what we took from the house. And you guys in my car, in my trunk. I don't know. He would be the best one to ask that because if it wasn't, he was looking for money. Oh yeah. What's this? That's the autopsy report. Yeah. It's been a while since I read one, but I want to make sure I'm reading it right. What questions did you have? Where was she shot? Where was she shot? I don't know in the head, but... I'm going to be whipping around today because I am just not comfortable. Let's see. I was going to bring you a new one, but I guess it's in the other bag, so I brought you to have that one now. Those are with the things. Yeah, they got the guns. Looks like it's mine, but the only one that's mine is the yeah, Blocker and all that. They changed the name of the place? No, it's yeah, it is Kawasaki. The other side's not. Yeah, we went into Kawasaki. Right now? I don't know. One's there to buy a motorcycle. One's there to buy a motorcycle battery. So what's this one? That's the price of the jet ski? Jet ski, yeah. I'm not thinking of two, let's see. Oh, that was cool. She said you can't go there, it's full 70 miles an hour with a speeder. Yeah, that's what I need. Colleen, let me call you back. I'm busy right now, okay? Okay, bye.
Larry Buckley?
Pretty.
Who's Larry Buckley?
I think it's her uncle, is who she said gave her the guns. That was a security policeman or something.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Shot the right side, right upper side of the head.
Upper side of her head. Going upward and toward the left. So was he in the bathroom or was he in the bedroom?
What do you think he could have done?
I have no idea. She was in the dead center in the hallway.
Stand up, make your comment, or Detective Kelly?
Yeah.
copy of the autopsy report.
Oh, you would pick it up today? You would pick that up today?
Yeah, just now was going over to the justice center, but couldn't find the fucking place. And when I got there and realized they didn't bring the papers. They took my suitcase and everything was falling out of it, so I submitted the papers somewhere else.
So,
Let's see, what was I talking about the last time? You would ask exactly about the key, the last that I remember.
okay, refresh my recollection.
And I was guessing that he was the one with the baby and take him out of the door to make sure he can't get in the swimming pool. Actually, Nicholas can get him out the door to be able to work with autism, so we put him up above the land thing. And didn't have the key, which isn't unusual, because sometimes I leave it to the shed or I'll leave it when I'm cleaning the pool. Couldn't find it anywhere, so.
So that's something you guys do as a matter of course, is take that key out. So
Yeah, when the kids are there, and I'll leave it in, and I used to fire somebody at the house, but I couldn't find the key. Then I had asked about, I called and asked him, and he said he found the key outside. It is, so, and that's, again, very likely the sheriff lay on the table and they go out and smoke. I'll lay them on the big table when I'm cleaning the pool or in filters or something, but he brought it over. I told him I wanted it because we was leaving. And then when he got there, Sharon wanted to plant some plants that was dying that she bought. And she said something about she gave back the key, or he told me later he had got the key back or something. But that was between her and him, and I don't remember seeing it after that. So
And that was that night or previous to that?
no, it had to be previous to that. It had been, because that night he didn't do any work or anything. But it had, no, it had been before we left, like the week before. We just got back.
Yeah.
So, and we had extra keys, and I found my key. I gave one to the neighbor, and when we got back, I got it back. So that was the extra key, and I said my son gave me a little, my grandson gave me a little steamboat lamp thing, and it was in there. And when I was trying to figure out what it could be this morning, because the key was stuck in the old register again.
So, that day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the fresh door, so.
No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't. But see, I don't know if they went swimming or not, because I hadn't been there for a couple hours. I was out running around looking at the boats, and I was going to wash the car. The back was broken, and tried to, and he did that when we unloaded the car to see if he picked up that.
I mean, this is the issue with data coming through that we present. I might just, if you don't mind, can I just try to hardline it in?
Sure.
I mean, it may be
Does that work now?
No, that's how press the blue button. And there you go.
So we're about.
See, I had the same we had extra keys, and I found my key. I gave one to the neighbor, and when we got back, I got it back, so that was the extra key, and it's in my son baby old, or my grandson baby old single bank thing. It was in there, and when I was here, I couldn't get no more money, but it says the key was stuck in the wedge in there.
That day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the front door, so.
No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. See, I don't know if they went swimming or not, because I hadn't been there for a couple hours. I was out running around looking at boats, and I was going to watch the car, the back was broke, and tried to, and he did that when we unloaded the car too, see if he could get up by the little rim and pull it up. There's a little car.
Sure car.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I so just come over and help us unload the car too, because I just think those bags in the back. And,
So you took your car to go out and look at the 11,000 or so?
Yeah, I was going to watch it because we was taking it to go to, because we was going back to Utah the next day in my car. So, was going to watch it and spill through.
Yeah.
And hadn't done it for days, and just hadn't felt well, and hadn't slept or anything, but
And you had mentioned something when we did that walkthrough, that he had the same bags that he had in the car?
I don't know if he had the same bags. He had some plastic bags, clothes that he was going to his girlfriend, I assume clothes. I don't remember boots or anything like that, or shoes. I don't remember anything like that. But did you say something about boots or shoes? Or
No, I was asking, you mentioned during the walkthrough that he had, you saw the same bags there by the door that he had earlier.
Well, I don't know that they were the same bags. I seen plastic bags by the door. And earlier when we got there, earlier when I picked him up, he had 2 plastic bags. I don't know what kind they were. They were just plastic bags, Walmart, Kmart, whatever. And said he had a date and it was closed. But I don't know what was said or anything. There wasn't nothing sticking out of him that was obvious to me. I really wasn't looking that much either. Didn't care, so.
Just trying to build, obviously, neither one of us knew Mike, and neither one of us knew your wife. So we're just trying to build like a foundation of what he was like, what she was like.
She was wonderful. He wasn't bad. He wasn't, I mean, other he didn't work where he said he did. I guess he didn't work anywhere, but.
When you first met him, you ever have, I don't know, how do I put this here? I mean, an inkling that he may have had some kind of drug problem?
Well, yeah, obviously he's black and didn't have a job and was buying a 40-ounce or whatever they call them. You know, the big brown, and put in the big bottle.
What was your first clue that you might have like a drug problem? You don't have something for any of yours?
You don't have a drug problem.
Oh, I know that's what I asked.
You know, he drinks. He drinks and he smokes cigars you can buy at the street. Sharon's bought them for him a few times.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ever done drugs that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I know he did when he was younger. He said, you know, just run around, but all of us except Mr. Clinton did it.
I knew you the nail. Did he ever ask to use any of your prescription medication, your pain pills or anything?
No. I think I might have gave him like half of a Vicodin once when we was out at the bar because he said he had a headache and I was taking mine and I said, you can't take those, you fucking die right here on the table and I'll get sued. So he had some Cold-Cheesy or something like that and broke it in half and that's mostly aspirin, but no, he didn't do drugs as far as I know. He didn't do drugs.
What about anybody in his family that you know of that he may have taken some of your drugs and given them to?
If he took some of my drugs, then he just took them on his own. I didn't give him any of my drugs.
Okay.
And I'm not missing any of my drugs that I know, but I wouldn't. Sometimes I don't take, usually I take most of them. I keep them on a monthly thing. And I used to have a bottle that had a few extra ones in it, but lately they just, after taking 10 years, they don't work like they used to. So,
what are those patches you had? They look like big 4x4s.
what? How big are they?
I don't know. They came in packages. It was about.
Those are fentanyl.
What's that?
It's a synthetic morphine. It's like oxycontin, morphine. They use it in.
What do you use it for?
Pain.
Oh, for your back?
Back on, put them on my chest, put them on my back, my neck, wherever. Just general pain.
Okay.
But they just recalled them because they're fucked up. They've been killing people. And I've been telling everybody these ain't right. And some days you take them. It's like a child.
So you put one on a child.
I thought they just recalled them in general because it was not working. Because I know a couple of times on mine, I'd take them and they'd be dry, like they wouldn't even stick. And there would be other times I put them on and just barely just rub them on to get them to stick. And you start tasting it, like you get shot and you get put out at the doctor. And you can start tasting the medicine in them. And I thought, fuck, these things are strong. And then you get started, get sick, I puke. And I usually don't puke unless they're pretty strong. And they've recalled them now. They give you these little teeny things that just a waste of time. They are for me, they fall off. I did 15, and after the last ones, I think 11 of them was stuck in my hair, my shirt, my pillows, and sheets.
So you didn't have, to your knowledge, then, a drug habit?
Not that I know of, no. I don't even think he's on pot.
Gambling habit?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, that's where all this money went. And Sharon both.
Tell me about his gambling habit first that you know of.
That's why I borrowed all the money. I told him he needed money for this. I was a little skeptical, but he did just show me his license for being, getting his, as an apprenticeship, like a journeyman, but you're apprentice first to do masonry. And he showed me that he got his hours, was signed off, and had a meeting, and then he was supposed to pay so much fees, and then started working for the union.
Did you ever go gambling with him?
Yeah, a couple times. Well, actually, he started becoming a problem. He kept showing up everywhere we went, and I wanted to borrow money. Sit down there and put $1 or $2 in, and I could get $5, and, that adds up pretty quick. And Sharon don't like that. She don't like that. She don't like that. Colleen, she don't like that. But my money is her money, and that's all there is to it. Nobody else's but hers. So.
How'd that make you feel? I mean, he's a friend of yours. You wanted to lend him $5 and she didn't like that?
Oh, that didn't matter. That's my money. I mean, I do what the fuck I want to do with my money. I mean, she's going to get pissy about it a little bit and let it go. But, you know, I have no reason to keep it between me. That's what I said there at the last. That would have to be a problem. And when his girlfriend or wife or whatever came out, he wanted to borrow money, and it was, you know, it's like really important. It's my daughter or my son or whatever. And I says, well, I'm going to be gone for a week. So I gave him, I think, 150. He says, you know, so you better not end up at the casino tonight, because tomorrow if you come to my house early in the morning or tonight, I'm just not answering the phone. I'm not answering the door. You ain't getting another penny from me.
So that was when his wife came out?
I don't know if it's his wife, his girlfriend. He was talking to her 4 girls around the table. He wanted to borrow money to take one of them to China, loaned me money for that. Paid some of it back. Stratocaster or something like that. Isn't there a big tall building?
Stratosphere?
Stratosphere. Is there a ride on it? I know. I think it was 10 or $20, he said. So, you know, he's spending my money well.
So, to your knowledge, you were a drug habit, but he did have a gambling problem.
Yes, he definitely did again.
How much do you think, your best guess, what do you think you spent a week gambling?
I don't know.
He went out with you.
I only spent what I gave him because he didn't pay money. And I got $2 or $3. He helped me out for a look at my check and took all of it out and showed there. And he would show me a check statement occasionally. And it was garnishing his wages. And then he kept saying, now we got it straightened out. And there was something about Mike Miller, Mexican, that was in the union. And they had their Social Security number switched. And that's why he wasn't being paid. And Hispanic Mike Miller threw a fit. His wages were being garnished for child support because he doesn't have any kids.
You mean, Matt? You mentioned that Sharon didn't like that. That you loaned the money to.
She didn't like me loan money, probably. I mean, you know, just plain and simple. She did. She just. But you know, the voice is really weird. I go out and find another woman, and she forgave me for that at the time that I was going to give Pauline $100 to go to England. She says, if you give her that money, I swear to God, I'll divorce you tomorrow. I mean, and there was no doubt in my mind she meant it. Her and Pauline didn't have a real good relationship at all. For a long time, they didn't speak because of money.
How did Sharon and Mike get along?
Sharon and Mike Miller? Good. Everybody liked him. Everybody liked him. Other than he got to be a little bit of a problem. Like I said, he'd come over, just stop in, and, you know, should have called first. We told you that Sharon, you know, getting pissy about this, and sometimes I do get pissy about it because I don't feel good.
Did you ever snap back? Like get pissed off at you or her?
No. If he got pissed off at her, I slapped the shit out of him. But no, he never. He just, you know, he's always trying to get more money. Please, man, I just need just $5 to get me by. Since I just told you, I'm not even getting out of bed. I'm not even going to get up and talk to you. So get the fuck on down the road and call me later today. And if I feel better, we'll talk about it. And you know, if I don't call you, then don't worry about it because I'm getting up. But you know, you didn't understand. That's why we had him there, is to lift shit and lift boxes and do work. He couldn't grind a nail, he couldn't put a screw in to save his life. He could lift a roll of felt that I can't, you know.
So basically, everybody got along. I mean, it wasn't like he had this violent temper or anything like that. What about, we know about his gambling, what about anything that you might have stolen from him? Because obviously, I mean, if he's moving your stuff around and out in the garage or out in your shed.
I think he may have taken some money before and maybe some pills. Because, you know, I trust him. I didn't, you know, if if I invite you in my home, there's a reason for it, because...
What makes you think you may have taken some pills or money before?
Well, because Sharon was missing pills. She said she was missing a bottle of pills that she couldn't find. And it's, I won't stand here and tell you 100% to get it, because I don't sleep for days at a time. And I hurt really bad, and I really, I've talked to my mom, I've talked to others that just one of these days, I might just need time to cash in my quality of life. There's 2 or 3 weeks at a time hurting really bad. As a matter of fact, I got out of my car and I fell down out there and couldn't get up, and I felt really stupid. Somebody walked by and said, "Sir, do you need some help?" I just resting the heat. I just needed to wait till my nut got back up where it was supposed to be, so I could do this a few times and act like an idiot and stand up and catch my breath and then come back in. But anyway, yeah.
What else do you know about his past? Relatives? Where do you have relatives living?
We was going to go down and shoot where we shoot. We got land down in Arizona, and we had shot there once before with a guy, and the guy was out of town. I called him. So then I called the guy that actually owned it, and he said, "Next time you come to town, stop in. It's a small town. Buy me a cup of coffee, buy me a beer. Then I'll know you. It's cool. You can shoot there, but I don't know you. It's a federal mine, so I'd rather you didn't shoot." So that's in Meadview, Arizona. So his uncle supposedly has AKs, and we could shoot his AKs and shoot out in his backyard 20, 30 miles before King, and somewhere out there in the desert. I don't know if that's true or not. But,
so you guys didn't go shoot out there?
no, we wasn't going to go shoot because there's...
Just go shoot around here?
We went up once to go shoot, but there was a bunch of people up there riding bikes and stuff, and 3-wheelers. And
So you were going on range?
I don't do that. I just wild and shoot cans. I just pick them up. But we loaded up a couple of times, loaded up the cars a couple of times to go shoot. You know, in suitcases and the bullets, and lots of bullets, and that's when we came in to lift them, because I just can't lift them. It's that simple. But,
You had that many bullets, you need somebody to lift them.
Pardon me?
You had that many bullets?
Well, yeah. If you're going to go shoot, drive 40 miles to find a fucking place in Vegas to shoot, and shoot like 20, 30 bullets and come back. That's not realistic, but yeah, actually, I got so many fucking bullets, it's scary. I started a small war on a third country. A small third country.
Venezuela.
A small third country. They're not here. But,
so,
and you know what was really cool? Before Brady got shot in the head, I just seen it coming because I do gun shows, and I bought all these fucking AK clips for $2, $1.50. 30 of them for $24. And God, that next day they went up to like $19.95 for the plastic piece of shit. I'm a millionaire. And I bought 2,000 or 3,000 rounds, 2 or 3, well, more than that, but 2 or 3 crates of AK shells, of gun shells. God, the next day you couldn't afford a crate of them. They went up the price on.
So, you're an avid shooter then?
I used to be. I'm not now because of the back and stuff, but I used to.
Just cans or target or?
Cans.
Yeah. Did you ever do any close quarter shooting?
Well, yeah, sometimes I have to. I got a 22 Magnum that's about that long, and I'll shoot at it 5 times, and then I'll throw the gun at it, and you got to kick it a few times because you should be able to throw better than before I had my arm operator. I'm really sure shit couldn't hit it with that gun. It's like the barrel's about that long.
What was Sharon's email address?
Thomas Randolph at cox.net.
And yours?
That's it.
Oh, you say you guys share the same one?
Well, it's on her computer. I have Tommy Rabbit, ThommyRabbit01 at AOL. And if you get on there, you can go ahead and delete them because there's probably 12, 13, 14,000 messages by now.
You So, you said you went out of town for a week and you gave Miller $150 because he said he needed some money.
Yeah, maybe even more than that over a couple of days that he'd been around. But it got to be, we'd come over and borrow, $20, do a little bit of work.
Did you have a key to the house then when you went out of town?
Fuck no.
So I'm just curious about that key that you told me about. Well, he may have had that.
If he had a key, it's either the one Sharon, he took it that day and Sharon didn't get it back, or he needed a copy or something. The night that he said he found the key. And he may very well have found the key, because like I said, I've lost the key and looked for it and looked for it, looked for it, and it's laying right there on that round table by the pool, but because the sun is so bright you can't see it. I've looked for it for 20, 30 minutes, and then it
Why
was
do you
like,
think he broke into your house?
I was leaving the next day, and I would figured the Mexicans did it. I just had some Mexicans not too many days before that unload some stuff, and I took one of them home because we had started paying them, $200 to unload all this shit when I get this hair at my ass to leave, and then $200 to load it back up 2 days later when I get the hair out of my ass and come back home, and they say, yeah, I understand, get up there and fucking, they've got Christmas decorations with this and that, and so we decided that one of them has to speak English well enough that he could be boss, and we would pay him a little more, but he told me that this one little kid had made a comment, rich man, a lot of nice things, was actually looking in my plastic boxes rather than putting them up in the attic, or looking in them as it was in the attic. And Mike also came out and said, you better not let him, or he told me, he said, you better not let Tom catch you doing that. He said, fuck you up. And when they both told me that, and then when the Mexican told me too, that his own guy that came with him, I had never been there before, this guy, and it turned out later he said that he was a little, maybe mental a little bit, but right then on the spot, gave him $20, put him in the car, took him back down to the corner, and that was it. Never got him again.
Because we're just trying to figure out why Miller picks this one particular night. Anything at all that happened that day that he might have said to you when you went, after you dropped him off, you went home, picked Sharon and Nicholas up and dropped
Just left immediately. Grabbed my bag out of the trunk and left.
The three of you.
Put my gun away and left because
Which gun?
The gun I shot him with. I actually was wearing it earlier in the day, but we had Nicholas there and I had been gone, and Colleen, Nicholas's mom, has just been going crazy about the guns. She's okay that I got him, but Nicholas is getting 10 and a half, and she's afraid he's getting curious, and Thomas is climbing, so she always bitches about my pills, because I got the shot finger, and then I'm stiff, so I'm trying to take these 50 Dixie pills a day, a week, and it seems like they're all the time on the fucking floor. You find them all the time, and that's bad because they'll kill the kids. And so that's one of the things that we've always worked on, is the pill thing, but the guns too. I always try to keep them up and secure. But I just brought this one back Tuesday from Utah. I brought it back and hadn't had it on since Indiana, probably 5 years before, so I've been wearing it around that day, and when we started to leave, Sharon said, got ready to slam down, we got to go to Colleen's, and Nicholas is in the truck. I was late, I was running late, that's why I didn't go to the bank, and Zenia was going to the bank too, because I had to. I told you I have another woman that I was involved with at the very beginning, and I agreed and borrowed money from her mother to buy into a condo, because that's what I thought I was going to do. And I guess basically I could say, fuck you, I'm not with you no more, so fuck you. Still love you, still care for you, but fuck you, I'm not paying you back the $25,000, $30,000 that I borrowed from your mother.
How much did you have that day when you went out with him?
I never had figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. They left a clip in my pocket in my briefcase. I had like 2 or 3 grand, I think, in my...
We gave you the money back.
Yeah, that's what I say. I had a couple of grand in my sock, and there's 2 grand in my car. And you guys didn't get it in the car, neither did he.
Were you expecting us to search you for it, or find it, or why would we do that? Why would we take the money? Yeah.
Well, I didn't think he was going to steal my money, but, you know, I didn't expect actually to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled and, you know, this is really starting to hurt me, you know, one of the pricks, and I don't know which one it was a plainclothesman, I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? You know, there's only one, the door's open, I just was in there for 10 minutes, here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there, what is taking so fucking long? Because I seen the cops going with the shotguns and the pads, and I thought, you know, this, I thought you guys like killing people, that's this, you know, that's what all the news says, it's just, yeah, play your stereo too loud and then we'll shoot you. Get a little crazy at the ice cream truck and we'll shoot you.
Well, we weren't there then, and usually the stereo's turned down by the time we get there.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said. Where's the killer cops when we need them, you know? And I thought, I got a little pussies here this night, you know? And I told one of them, I said, this is ridiculous, you know? Fuck, if she's not dead, she's going to be dead by the time you guys get in there. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and said it was dead. And I didn't know that at the time.
And they got in there, as soon as you came out, they went in.
Okay, well, see, I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get in, we can't get in. They kept coming up and asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky. They got to push this first and that first.
Since they had to clear the garage.
Okay, well, like I said, they didn't know. And, you know, fuck, I told one of them, I said, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn door so you guys can trigger, you know, just, and I asked one of them, and I kept, you know, I got a rescinding testicle, and he says, lean against the bar. And I moved, and one of them set me down on the ground by the collar. He says, you move from there, you're going to know what pain really is like. And I thought, well, you cocksucker, you don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, you know. But, yeah.
So, back to Miller. Well, I mean, help us out here. Is there anything
I can't tell you
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I took 20 grand out of the bank. I had 20 grand transferred in Utah.
Did you have that cash?
No, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand out of cash. Yep. And Spike's been with me when I've been there, and I get the cash and I put it in, we'll send it to Lizzie's mom. You know, get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So he's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and was going to give borrow money, but Sharon called and said, come home. And
so you never made it to the bank?
Didn't make it to the bank.
And so Sharon says come home, and that's when you drop him off at this car wash, if I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't at a car wash. He wanted to go to a car wash or something. It was up along the street somewhere. He wanted to go way up by he says his girlfriend was at some car wash, but the gangbanger place or whatever, he said were the druggers. And you know, that was really weird too, because his uncle called me in Utah and didn't know that I was in Utah, that my dad had had a stroke and I was in Utah looking for Mike. Couldn't find him for a couple of days. Mike said he was in jail and that they didn't extradite him on the felony child support warrants that he had. And he said that somebody had got murdered and robbed, and they stopped a CAT bus. I don't know what that means, but
just one of the buses.
And took all the black guys off the bus because the guy got robbed, and shortly after that, he paid me $100. But that doesn't mean he
paid you $100.
He paid you $100. Mike.
Okay.
Want to go back in?
So you guys are at the house?
I just dropped him off somewhere between there and up by the Fiesta somewhere.
Off Rancho, just on Rancho, along Rancho.
Yeah, I don't know if it was up as far. I think it's probably right around the Fiesta there. Just turn around, flipped around there somewhere.
Oh.
Because he wanted to go further over something about she just lives down the street by this car wash or something. $7,000 or something out. And I brought the attorney down because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think.
Sounds good.
I was going to go rent one first and see if it hurt me too bad. But
How can you ride a jet ski?
hurt me.
How can you ride a jet ski?
I don't know that I can. So I said I was going to try it first. I just finally saw the boat because last time I water skied, I couldn't drive home. I hurt so fucking bad. I didn't drive home.
That's really bad. You get your back problems, and I water ski and I can't walk.
Well, that's what I said. The last time was with Sharon's parents. Sharon's brother, who's a retired warrant officer of the Navy. And, you know, I thought, he's a boater. Cool, I get somebody to pull a boat. The sheriff couldn't drive the boat. And so he got me up, but he's a lousy boat driver. Fuck, it was so, we didn't have a trim right. Just beat me to fucking death. But I only skied 2 skis. I didn't do 1 ski. But that was my last skiing 2 years ago. It hurt so bad. I had to sucker a patch and the oxycontins, you know, just by a handful of snow. I couldn't drive. I had to stop and let him drive home. I couldn't. I hurt so bad. That's what I was done.
So you drop Miller off along Rancho there somewhere up by the...
We turned on one of those little streets. I got off the main street there and just looked around. It wasn't where we wanted to go, but I didn't have time to go where we wanted to go.
How long do you think it took you to get from there home?
10 minutes.
Because we're just trying to figure out how you might have got back to your house.
Like 15.
And so you drop them off, you go home, you pick up Sharon. You lock the house, or?
I didn't, because I was bleeding. I just flipped the trunk on the car and got my bag out of the car and put the gun away and left. Actually put the gun away first and then got my, this bag, just not so heavy, and left.
You left with her?
Yeah, I know.
Nicholas.
And we went and took her to Colleen's, and that's why she said, just leave me down home, because if Colleen sees it, she's going to go shit, because we got Nicholas with it. Or if Nicholas sees it and says something to Colleen, she's going to freak out.
Yeah.
So.
Plus you're going to a casino, so. Plus you're going to a casino, right? So you can't be wearing a gun when you're going to a casino.
Why can't you? I thought only if you're drinking you could carry a gun in the casino.
Well, I'm get visible.
With a gun, correct. I may not understand this correctly, but I was under the impression as of November 7th of this year, the legislature said that they're actually going to be reciprocal in the gun permit deal. And it's not registered, so you would probably misdemeanor me, but you can carry the gun in the casino if you have a concealed gun permit as long as you're not in a casino.
I'm not talking about getting you or something. I'm talking about that might have been part of the reason why you left your gun behind is because you're going to a casino.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't give a fuck about that. That means nothing to me. You know?
Okay, Crystal.
So,
I carry cash, and I'm paranoid about it. And then, you know, there's junkies out there that'll rob you for $200.
well, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's apparently non-junkies out there that'll rob your house and shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap-ass guns. I'm surprised the Makarov even shot this. Christ, I only paid like $120 for it. You know, but I bought it. I usually buy 3 at a time. When I bought them years ago.
Did he, I think I remember you correctly, you said that he never called you or anything after that, after you dropped him off down there on Rancho?
I really don't remember. If I told you he didn't, I may have probably had a better recollection of it. But the truth of it is, when I will sleep for days and then I finally sleep, I can't even find where I put my guns, my pills. That's why I say I won't. That's what I started to tell you guys, and then I stopped because I lost my train of thought. I will swear to you that he took my pills because sometimes I went up to California recently. One of the things hair up my ass and left, and just grabbed some clothes, threw them in a thing, and found 6 fucking suckers in my dirty clothes, and which was a great thing because I was dying. I was dying, and they wouldn't fill my prescriptions. I just had them refilled, and they won't. case they don't do interstate. So that was inclination to come back to Nevada to get my medicine billed, because I don't go on without it 3 days, and I'll start doing the withdrawal thing and have a heart attack or a seizure and be like my dad.
Did Mike ever tell you he'd been arrested for anything?
Yeah. Said he did a robbery once of a bakery or something when he was a little kid. Said he had a 9mm. Said he was going to rob a Chinese, I don't know, it was a laundry or a food store. And something about his brother came in to rob the same place while he was doing it. I just figured it was his bullshit talk, you know, everybody's got their old war stories. And,
did he ever tell you he'd been arrested for anything as an adult?
no, I don't think so. Because I actually asked him about that. Because I don't want to be around criminals and shit. And I make it real clear with these guys, you know. I cover your back. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're green. If you're my friend, you're my friend. If you're in my house, you're in my house. If I catch you fucking with me or stealing from me or fucking my wife, we're going to have a problem. And since I got a bad back, you'd probably bring it back with me. And I may even try to find a friend to hold you if I can't catch you because you run too fucking fast. Cause, I used to hit like 300 left or right-handed. I had a better batting average left-handed. But I had to because I ran so slow. I'm playing Little League All-Stars, and the lady says, "Run, you son of a bitch, run!" And my mom said, "He's running as fast as he can." And the fucking right fielder threw me out at first base. Now that's fucked up, you know, but I can't run. I just can't run, but I'm pretty coordinated hit. Good tennis player back in my day. But, no, I just, and I tell them, every one of my friends, you know, I got your back when we go in, and, but if we go in and you got too drunk, you got too stupid, or you reach up and grab some lady's puss, and you shouldn't do that, and the guy knocks you out, and then 6 of them jumps on you, well, we're going to have one hell of a fight in here. But it's not going to be anything like it is when we get out, because you put me in mind in danger for being an idiot. I don't remember we were idiots either, so, you know, I'll cover your back while I got you, but then when you get out, I'm going to fuck you up, and put me there, and I don't want nothing to do with you anymore.
So think Mike put you in that spot?
You mean in general, or?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd say shoot my wife and pulling a gun on me. I'd say it's pretty fucking bad spot.
Why don't you think he shot you?
He was trying to shoot me. I've told you this over and over. He was trying to shoot me. He was going for the gun.
If you try to shoot somebody, you think you'd be able to do it?
Yeah, if you got the gun out. They had on that big old floppy sweatshirt, and then I don't know what pants he had on, but he don't have any clothes. That's why Sharon had gave him some stuff, and I had looked for clothes that I had outgrown, but 36s are way too big for him. But his clothes must be like he has a belt that's cinched up, 15 holes too big, too small, or whatever.
We were told he didn't have too many clothes. Have you ever seen him wearing those before?
Pardon me?
You ever seen him wearing the clothes he was in before?
Actually, I think I had seen his sweatshirt. That's what kind of made me think it was Mike at the time. And as I remember, the mask wasn't all the way down. It was like rolled up one roll about right here. As I remember. But then it happened fast, and
You were lucky.
yeah, I was lucky. I went and told my neighbor the other day, thank you for fixing my holster, because there was a lot of excess, it's generic holsters, and a lot of the webbing on it. And I had my neighbor fix it and cut it off so the snap was there.
Did you have...
So you could get it, so you were able to draw it easier? Or
Pardon me?
So you were able to draw it easier? Or
I'm still in.
you were able to draw the weapon easier from the holster, or what?
Well, that would have been my intent. Yeah, it wasn't in the holster. It was just laying up in the...
Right.
I took it out of the holster and just set it up in the shoe rack.
Did you or Sharon have any enemies? Anybody who...
Sharon had friends for 15 years that wouldn't talk to her after Philippe died. Colleen wouldn't talk to her for 2 years.
Yeah, but you know what I mean about enemies. Somebody who's out for you.
Oh, I've got enemies. I've got enemies. I guarantee you.
Anybody that would want to kill Sharon?
No.
Anybody who would pay money to somebody else? Like, if somebody Mike and said, hey, you know what? I have a problem with these people. If I gave you X number of dollars.
Sharon, because it's cheating on her. I thought about that. I actually thought about that with my mother. And my mother said, shame on you. Because Sharon's been talking to my mother a lot since my dad had a stroke, because my mom had the same thing. We moved my father to a different facility because of Sharon's input, and it was the best thing we did for my dad and my mom. It's weird. Sharon and I was getting a lot closer, but I'm talking to my mom a lot. And she was telling my mom the same thing she was telling me about Colleen and some of her friends, and just the same stuff that you talk about. She was
So, I guess I get back, Tom. Is there anybody that you can think of that might have paid Mike money to do this?
No.
No. And so we talked about Mike and his history. What about Sharon? Is there anything in her past, anybody that, might have an input to have something like this done to her, done to you?
Her ex-boyfriend asked to borrow some big money and was going to jail. I think he ended up ratting everybody out. Couldn't blame what he did, because I ain't seen the files on him. But because he's a dealer and he was going to go down on methamphetamine, and he was screwing some transsexual from the sheriff's office. As a matter of fact.
So anybody on her side? What kind of, did Sharon have any criminal history that you knew?
No. She had a horrible gambling habit, but no criminal history.
Tell me about her gambling habit.
I really don't know that it's germane. It's really, that's her business. She gambled a lot.
Well, if it all goes toward any kind of motive that Mike had, maybe he thought, she had money hidden somewhere, or, whatever. There's just a lot of stuff that what you think may not be important to a case, we might look at it and go, this may have given him a reason over here why he did what he did.
But now there's times that we'd go, and I don't gamble that much. I like to play 21, but I can't sit in those chairs very long. They hurt my back. And also, they're looking so close, I'm afraid they'll see my holster and think that's my drink, and then go down and fuck with me, and then I'll become belligerent, and they'll throw me out, and we can't eat at the Santa Fe because I'm hooked on their wings and on Amber's tits when she brings them to you like that. But, that's kind of a joke. And she's really a nice girl. She's a really nice lady, and I don't see that much of her tits, but, yeah.
So Sharon.
She gambles a lot. She gambles a lot.
A lot is, for me, a lot is $20.
I pissed $20 worth of blood, and that seems like a good deal when my nuts stuck up here. But no, $20.
What did she? What's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until, well, she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and
with you on them? Not your accounts?
no, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that. I had to go back east for a hearing, and that was canceled. And but when I came back, she didn't like being alone. She liked me. She doesn't like being alone, so she either out doing something or gambling. And one night, her and Colleen sitting there, and Colleen got her machine. Somehow this is Sharon's machine. I thought it was cute, but I thought, how we fucking ridiculous, But Sharon knew that was a hot machine. And sure enough, Colleen hit it on dimes and won $1,000 or something. And Sharon spent $4,000 to $5,000 that night trying. And they got in a fight. Why wasn't she playing quarters? She won $4,000 instead of $1,000. Because I play dimes. And play nickels, that's all I can afford. This year I found out, because I was legally married to her, that all of my Social Security counted as it hers. So this year, instead of getting $4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes. And it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not, because I can't get access to it. But she had $40,000 in an IRA when we met, because we exchanged medical records, financial records, history reports, criminal reports, everything. When we met, we decided we was going to start looking together whose house we would live at. We stayed in Miami, Utah for a while, and she said a reminder of New Jersey, 2 cut up little, big house, but 2 cut up little rooms, wanted a more Vegas style. So, and she wanted to be closer to her grandkids, I guess. So, his Colleen was just found out she was pregnant, so figured maybe she, actually as soon as I moved out, Colleen then invited me to their parent-teacher conference, and it was just piss Sharon off like crazy. Because she said Colleen just did that to fuck with her, and she did, just to piss her off, because they was still at each other's throat back then. But, she had $41,000 in her IRA, and the first year I didn't go to taxes with her. And this year I did, because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly married, we was really going to get fucked. And if we filed jointly married, we just got fucked a little bit. And I don't like getting fucked at all. And I found out that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said. So, and Lizzie, the woman that I see call, told me that you're too friendly. You meet these people and you just trust them on they seem like nice guys and they help you out. And next thing you know, they're here and I'm missing $400 out of my purse, or my mom's shed gets ripped off, and Tina's rims and her stereo gets ripped off, and torn out in this case. She was right. The guy did it. My next door neighbor that I've known for years that finished my house off for me probably did just exactly that, because I had him help me move the stuff because I couldn't lift it. And Lizzie had a bunch of cash and left it. This is before Sharon, this is years ago, but left it hanging by the back door. And that's why where she got the keys in the purse. She'd go by the back. Same thing with Sharon. Thought those keys. What the fuck are you going to leave your keys by the back door? So when you're on the way out, the guy, the guy that you just was not sure about takes them. It just didn't make sense to me. I have my keys in my pocket, or I hide it in my shoes, and then I fall asleep finally after 2 or 3 days, and I can't find my fucking keys, or my cell phone, and then I find them. But I gave Sharon, I think I got a note for $30,000, and I gave her $20,000 when we moved in, because I was going to buy equity in the house, and I gave her $5,000 when I moved back this last time from going to California, and I didn't ever do anything in California. I actually packed everything up and said I decided I want to try it with Lizzie. I think I want to try it with her.
How can you get in touch with Lizzie?
805-649-5792.
So what's her last name? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
What's her last name?
Did you say her last name? Labrador. LADADOUR. And I spent all this money to rent a truck and pack it up, and I got there and I felt real bad from the long drive, and I didn't unpack it. I went to bed, and her and her girlfriend helped me out, unloaded the car. And it's in this little California town that's beautiful, but I couldn't get a car carrier because I was coming back. I had to pull Sharon and come back. And she said, well, this time you're going to give me $5,000, so I don't have to worry about this shit again. I don't have to worry about getting a roommate. And all that was about is, if you get $5,000 for Lizzie to pay for the condo that you're committed to, then you should give me $5,000. And, really, when you think about it, that's a legitimate argument since I am married to her. So I gave her $3,500 that she put in a CD, and $1,500 $1,500 in cash, and I think that was probably on that night for some to the casino. And $3,500, I remember calling saying, you cashed it fucking in and didn't pay off the loan or pay off the, I just found out I gotta pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was dying of brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died and didn't pay taxes on it, and Sharon didn't take care of it. And
If you had to sum up Sharon in one word, what would you say?
fucking wonderful. Best thing that ever happened to me. Nicest lady ever met.
What about Mike?
He's a bum. He's a bum, but he's a nice guy. I mean, I mean, I knew he was a bum. I knew he was a bum. I didn't know he was a bum.
How did you sum yourself up?
I'm a cocky fucker. Always have been. But I'm also really nice and generous.
What was...
I'm reasonably honest. I told Sharon from day one I still have feelings for Lizzie. I told her when we went on a cruise to get married, better tell you this now, I still got feelings for Lizzie.
So that would be your shortcoming then. What would your shortcoming be?
Probably a little too trusting, a little too flashy, too cocky, too cocky.
What about Sharon?
Your gambling was definitely a shortcoming, because that's just too much money. That's
How about
just,
Mike?
what do you mean about Mike?
What would his shortcoming be?
He didn't work, and I don't know why, because he supposedly had all these job offers. I know he had, working for his uncle and working, well, of course, his uncle didn't pay him anything.
And we've talked about Mike and Sharon's history.
I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
Tell me your version. It happens.
Starting where?
Wherever you would like.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the dream team. Always wanted to be a lawyer. I got a bachelor's degree, but could have had a master's degree. Just I have a few more credits here or there.
What's yours in?
Political science, pre-law.
So you wanted to be a lawyer.
I wanted to be a lawyer. I worked for lawyers for 20 years.
Doing the Social Security thing.
Pardon me?
Doing the Social Security thing.
No, I worked for the lawyers for a long time as an investigator, as paralegal, ran a lot of their law offices, did some security gigs for them when we needed to. Mostly investigations, but, when I was in Indiana, I actually ran a law office. I mean, everything from hiring and firing to billing. But, I wanted to be a hippie. It seemed like the girls really liked the air. And I found out I really enjoyed fast cars and nice boats and airplanes and
Tomorrow?
so actually, I hate asking for a Diet Coke since I just told you I didn't like you.
Sorry, I'm taking it personally.
Well, it's not personal. I don't like you. I just don't like you in general just because you remind me of somebody else.
That's fine.
I don't like
I
personal.
still don't take it personally.
Okay. Well, that's good because it wasn't make personal. Diet Coke, you're good, please. I didn't get the haircut and missed the draft. I went and tried to go to Vietnam, and they said, we'll send you before then, but Vietnam's over. And I just thought, you should do the military thing. I thought that was part of the deal. But always kind of regretted that. And, worked pretty regular, made good money. And been there for a while. I did for a long time because I made really good money. Don't want to talk about that.
All right,
It's back in those days when if you just could sit there and keep, well, that guy slept for a few hours, if you just keep that plane level and 600, 700, 800 feet off the ground and just give them a couple hours of sleep, you make really good money. Really good money. But even though I had to take it off if it was a nice, beautiful day, didn't do it at night. But
yeah, no shit. We landed one time.
I didn't know. I'm very smart. I but anyway.
finish it today without keeping you guys way later than you want to stay with us. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using replicators. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. And you must not form or express anything regarding this case until it's finally submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.